Greetings, programs, and welcome to What Star Wars Means to Us, Episode 4 with Echo Base Network. Just want to give you guys a couple of quick announcements, and we will begin. First, I wanted to mention that I have a new merch store. There's sweatshirts, shirts, stickers, mugs, mouse pads, different colors and styles here. You guys want to check them out, support the channel. I very much appreciate it. Who wouldn't want a Not My Star Wars mug? All right, well, it's there. The link is in the description of the video and or of the live stream, and it'll be also in the chat throughout the live stream. So please check it out. There's some fun stuff there. Next, I want to mention that my channel is getting close to monetized, but it is not yet. But in the chat, you can see there's you can tip me now. Now, just as a general for the future, when you do super chats, YouTube takes a cut of that super chat. Under this system, you go to a separate page. You can put any amount you want. You can leave a message if you like, or just leave a tip. And Not My Star Wars gets all of the tip. So it's nice that the creator gets all the tip. It will always be there on all the videos and all the live streams. So you can tip me during the live stream or anytime if you choose to do so. I appreciate it. Lastly, as always, open invitation. If you want to come on and talk Star Wars with an old school Star Wars fan, by all means, reach out to me. notmystarwars1977@gmail.com. As long as you can be respectful and have a good conversation. I don't want to have arguments with anyone. And you just need to have some way for me to vet you. A SoundCloud, a YouTube, a podcast, something that I can see your tone and what you're about. Okay, well, with that, I'm going to bring in my first guest here, Nick. Thanks for joining me.
Yep, how's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Good. My pleasure to have you guys. Coach will be here in a few minutes. So Nick and I will start off. But anyways, a lot of you should know Echo Base Network, and they've been so gracious to come chat with me about Star Wars, something that I'm always very happy to do. I live out in a kind of a rural area. Can't talk. And I really don't have anybody to kick it with or to talk Star Wars about. So that's the big reason why I started this series, is just to, relive some old memories and have fun with it and get different people's views and perspectives and experiences with Star Wars. Usually people my age, we have very similar experiences. It's funny, we're from all different parts of the world, or different parts of the United States, and Star Wars culture was very bonded. It was a very common thing. I guess we have a lot of commonalities. So anyways, we'll have some fun here, as we always do on What Star Wars Means to Us. So, as we wait for Coach, Nick, talk to me. What was your first experience with Star Wars?
My most earliest experience that I can remember is I was probably, 3 years old maybe, and we were living in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the time, and I remember my dad got VHS copies of the Star Wars trilogy, and I was out playing, and I came home and he had all three movies, and he went and rented a second VCR to hook up to our VCR so we could copy the tapes over, onto some blanks. And so we did that, and I still own those copy tapes to this day. They're actually at my parents' house, but I played the crap out of those things. I remember when the movies finally came out on DVD, and I bought them on there for the first time when they first came out on DVD. I watched it and I was like, oh my God, this looks so good, because my VHS tapes were completely worn out. The picture quality on it was absolutely terrible. Just as many times as I watched it. But like most people, I was born in '79, and so of course I grew up with the toys, like most people from that era, and that's pretty much my childhood is the Star Wars movies that I watched countless times. I can literally listen to the soundtrack of the movie and repeat the lines in the movie as I'm listening to the music. I know exactly when that's said, like everything. So that's just saying how many times I've seen these movies, and I love the Kenner toys from the '80s, and I like some of the modern stuff, but I'm really passionate about the original trilogy and the original Kenner Star Wars line. And those are pretty much my earliest memories of it, and that was from around 3 years old all the way up till today, of course.
Right. Yeah, and that's I have met people either online or in person that said like I never really watched Star Wars, never got into it, but I don't really think I've met people that saw it back then and then like fell out of love with it. It's something that always stays with you.
Absolutely.
People that aren't like up to date with it now, but as far as loving that old stuff, it's always stays with you. And I think it's interesting something you said, because I'm kind of similar, like especially with songs, like I can never remember lyrics to songs, but when I hear the music, like my brain knows the cues and the lyrics come to me.
Yeah.
So I'm very much the same. Also with the movies, I of course know a ton of the quotes and lines from the movies, but when you really hear it and or see it, the stuff comes back to you real quick.
Quick question: have you ever watched or the movies with somebody that knew nothing about Star Wars, nothing of the story?
Yeah, a long ass time ago.
Okay. Not anything anytime recent.
No. It would be kind of interesting to do, I guess.
Yeah, my ex, she had never seen the movies, really didn't know anything about it, just thought it was like, nerdy. She was like, "Whoa, this like beam me up." I'm like, "No, it's Star Trek." This is Star Wars. And she was like, "Yeah, with that like Dark Raider guy." I was like, "Darth Vader." So she literally knew nothing, and I was like, you gotta watch them. And she really didn't have any interest, but she sat down and watched them anyways. So I played them. I watched episode 4, episode 5, episode 1 and 2, and then episode 5. Then we went back to episode 3, then episode 6. So by the time Empire came, she knew who Anakin Skywalker was. She knew who Darth Vader was, but because she watched them in that order, she didn't know it was the same person yet. Right. And of course, when I had her watch I didn't have her watch the special editions. I had her watch the originals, and I remember when she was on the Empire Strikes Back when Vader talks about or tells Luke that he's his father. She jumps up out of her chair and is like gasping, like, "No, he's lying, right? That's not. Is that true?" And I was like, "Just watch." She's like, "Oh my god, that can't be true. Like, seriously, and she ended up liking them so much, like to this day. Like she bought all the Star Wars Coach purses, figures. When she's at Walmart, she buys, if she sees kitchen stuff, Star Wars, she buys it. Like, I mean, she buys all kinds of Star Wars stuff. But it was really, if anybody out there ever has the experience to take somebody through these movies for the first time with them not knowing anything, which is probably a pretty rare thing because most people know, even if they haven't seen them, like Darth Vader, it's Luke Skywalker's father, like, "Luke, I'm your father." Everybody's heard that line, or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so to go through that with somebody, it was really fun seeing their reaction to the whole story, for the first time.
Yeah, I think that would be a lot of fun. I I sometimes catch on YouTube people that are reacting to Star Wars for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
I watch those videos just to kind of see, and you can see them falling in love. I mean,
Yeah.
it's so cool to see. And it's really shows a stark distinction between the Disney stuff, because I feel like people that watch the Disney stuff first, there's no connection. There's not really anything for you to grab onto. The story's all over the place.
Yeah.
And it would really kind of wreck the whole experience. Whereas when you do it the old way, you're really invested.
Yeah. See, that's something else that you just made me think about is so here she was a new fan to Star Wars. She's only seen the original trilogy and the prequels, once or twice, and that's it. She saw the Disney movies and she was like kind of meh on them. Like, I didn't say anything to her to try to sway her opinion. I honestly wanted to know what her thoughts were. And in Force Awakens, she was like, yeah, it was okay. That wasn't bad. But she was really upset that Han Solo died and that Luke wasn't in it. So she had those same thoughts and feelings, being just a new fan, not somebody that grew up and has such a huge attachment to it is a lot of other fans do. And when she saw The Rise of Skywalker, like, she was like infuriated. And I was like, wow, okay. so it just goes to show it's not just the hardcore fans, people that just will watch these movies and like them, and then see what Disney's given us. I mean, even those people don't even like them.
Yeah. Well, and honestly, the people nowadays that are like, oh, I love The Last Jedi, it's because you saw Star Wars once, like 15 years ago.
Yeah.
You don't remember it, because anybody with a brain that watches these movies sees that the first 6 are a story. They're very well made. They have you connect to the characters, and then you see these last 3, and it's like, what is this? It's all over the place. It has nothing to do with the original story, but even amongst themselves, they're like totally disconnected.
Yep.
So
what were your first thoughts after seeing The Force Awakens the first time?
Well, I had kind of 2 experiences. The first was during the movie, the whole time I kept saying to myself, where is Luke? Where is Luke? Where is Luke? Now, let me touch on that for a second. Disney chose to bring Luke Skywalker into The Force Awakens. Lucas's trilogy was not about Luke and the old gang. So Disney, by bringing in Luke, had a responsibility to honor and show Luke. They could have just left him out and made all new characters, and we all would have been much better with this. But they chose to bring in the legendary characters, and then they stomped all over them. So the whole movie, I'm like, where the hell is Luke? And then the last 2 minutes or whatever, 30 seconds, we get Luke Skywalker. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I knew the whole time, like every minute that went by, I was like, oh man, this is not Star Wars. This is just, you've been advertising it. He's on the poster. There's Luke, and you're not taking advantage. I knew that by not showing Luke, that they had gone away from what it is. They were just using it for marketing to get you to come in like, oh, Luke's going to be in it. Okay. Then the second main thing is when I walked out of the movie, I literally said, I think I said it out loud, but I know it was in my mind for sure, that Star Wars is gone. I felt hollow. That's the way that I always describe it to people. I felt hollow. The old movies, I cried, I laughed, I jumped up and down, I got angry, I got sad. Force Awakens, the whole time, I'm just like, what am I watching? What is this? This is the kiddie nonsense. I felt hollow. Now, to be fair to Rise of Skywalker is just such a convoluted mess that there's no hope for that. But Last Jedi and Force Awakens, individually, because they both don't mesh, but just individually, if I had never seen Star Wars, if there was no galaxy far, far away, and we knew about all these characters and all this stuff, Force Awakens could be a decent film. You'd say, oh, okay, it's a space fantasy thing, and there's laser swords and ships, and okay. But the problem that we all know is there is context, there is history, there is lore, there are characters, there are stories, and it was nothing to do with what it was. So therefore, the whole time I'm watching this movie, like, what is this? It feels like they're trying to redo A New Hope, and they're doing it poorly. And again, I came out and I was just like, hollow, man. Like, Star Wars is done. I knew it. I knew that I was, I guess, one of the few people that with Force Awakens, I knew it was gone. It was done. And it's funny because I didn't see Force Awakens was the first Star Wars film that I didn't see for a while. Like, at least a month went by.
Yeah.
Since I just wasn't that excited. I was seeing the trailers, I was seeing the poster, and I was just like, what is this? It's not Star Wars. And I remember I was working at a grocery store at the time, and people would be talking about it. And I remember one guy, I was a cashier for a while, I was produce for a while. I was at the register, and this guy, I don't know if he had on a Star Wars shirt, but for some reason came up. He was like, "Oh, you got to go see it. You'll love it. It's the old Star Wars that you love. It's fantastic. You're going to love it. You got to go see it." And I was just like, So anyways, I saw it weeks later, and I was like, man, what are you, because you saw the Millennium Falcon, that's Star Wars to you?
Yeah.
Because they put the character, this is, I don't know, some people have this mentality that because it says the name Star Wars, that it's Star Wars.
Yeah.
And that's not, Star Wars is a very deep thing that it's a lot more than just a name. You can slap a sticker or a name on anything, but that doesn't mean that it's authentic. You know, to me, it's like you've been going to Burger King your whole life, and then one day you show up and order a, hey coach, I see you, I'll bring you in about 5 seconds. You order, you've been used to getting burgers at Burger King for 15 years, and then you go to one day to order at the drive-thru, and it's all Chinese food on the menu.
Yeah.
They're like, but it's Burger King. It says Burger King. And you're like, but I want a burger. Where's a Whopper? No, it's, Kung Pao chicken now. It might be the best Kung Pao chicken in the world, which Disney Star Wars was not. But, you just because you have the name Burger King, and if it's Chinese, it's Chinese. You can't just say that it's Star Wars because it's just, hey, Coach, welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much for having me, guys.
My pleasure.
It's a good evening. Sit down and discuss some Star Wars, right?
Yeah. We were just talking about our first experiences. I was just finishing up, so why don't you jump in and tell us your first experience with Star Wars?
Sure, I'd be happy to. The first experience that I can remember, and this is the one that I always tell. I don't know, it was so long ago. It may not be 100% accurate, but to the best of my memory, the first experience with Star Wars that I ever had, I was probably about 4 years old. And I don't know if Nick already told his story, but, I'm at the age where I just missed 77. I didn't get to experience that in the theater. I wasn't alive. So it was like 1983, the year Jedi came out. And we just had our first VHS rental store open up in our town. So my parents took me to this movie store, and I had never seen anything like it, and it was incredible. And back then, younger people in the audience or watching this, they may never have experienced it. Right. It was so awesome walking into a movie store and seeing all of the box covers, and you're just mesmerized. Even as an adult, you're looking at it tells you the importance of the cover art. And absolutely. That's exactly what got me at 4 years old. My mother said, "Go pick you out a movie, son." And I said, "Okay." And she said, "But just one." And I said, "Okay." So she literally turned me loose in the movie store. That's 1983. You can't do that with a 4-year-old today. You got to keep them right by your side. But it was like, get out of here, go find a movie. So I'm walking around, looking at all these movies, look at all these box covers, and I see. Let me grab it because I had to buy it.
Wait.
I had to buy these also.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
You know, I guess it could have been. I'm looking for the year on this. Well, 84 is 84. So I was 4, maybe turned 5. It's the red labeled hi-fi CBS Star
Awesome.
Wars tape.
Awesome.
So I saw this and it just spoke to me. And I couldn't even read, guys.
Show me the back.
Yeah, I couldn't even read the back. I'm just looking at it.
Nice.
And it just absolutely drew me. So I take it back to my parents, and they're like, "This is the one that you want?" And I was like, "Yes, ma'am." And they were like, "Are you sure?" And I was like, "Yes." So we go home, and the rest is history. I watched this many times over, just like Nick and his dad. My parents did the VCR in the combo VCR, and they recorded it. So I had it on tape. And then a couple weeks later, they were having a Sunday evening special show playing The Empire Strikes Back. I had never seen it before. And I was like, "Oh, that's Star Wars 2." And my parents were like, "Well, we're going to a friend's house after church." And I was like, "Oh, I want to watch it." So my grandmother actually came over to our house and recorded it for me.
Nice.
And the other thing, and Nick and I talk about this a lot, and this is really big at our channel. You know, we fell in love with Star Wars as children, and coupled with the love of the movies is also the love of the toys.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, those old Kenner toys, my favorite toys of all time. There's nothing like them. They're second to none. They'll never do them better. And it's the nostalgia, the imagination that I had as a kid. I got to stay home. I was pretty much an only child. My siblings were 11, 12, and 14 years older than me. They weren't playing with Star Wars toys. Right. They were like out looking for girlfriends and stuff. So I got to create my own Star Wars movies at home with my toys.
Yeah.
And that is something, the love of Star Wars that I had as a kid, the imagination that I had, the love of the Star Wars toys, and that moved into other things. But that's something that I got to experience with my parents. And that's a connection that I always had with my mom and my dad. I can remember in college, I was in college when Attack of the Clones came out. And I remember my parents came and stayed with me in college one weekend, and we watched that movie. I actually had downloaded a pirated copy of it on LimeWire, and we watched it in my living room, and my parents got to see it for the first time. And it was such a thrill for me to be able to watch my parents experience Star Wars and share with something that I love. And my parents are no longer here. And as I continue to love Star Wars, it still has me feeling that connection to my parents who are gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And another thing too is I wouldn't be best friends with this knucklehead up here if it weren't for Star Wars. It's true that it's not the case in every time. I mean, I know that, you know, in romantic relationships or whatever, opposites attract and all that kind of thing. But as far as friendship goes, you have to have some type of common interest that drives the friendship.
Right.
Nick and I did not like each other. I was an athlete. He was chasing my girlfriend. We were 7th graders. I would throw paper balls at him in class, and he would say something to me, and then I'd be like, "Oh, I didn't do it. I didn't do it." You know, just, you know, we were stupid. And then one day I walked by his desk. We were 7th graders. We were 12 years old, and he had a book. It was a Star Wars short story. It was like Darth Vader's glove or something like that.
Like the glove of Darth Vader.
Yeah. And I looked at it and I was like, "You like Star Wars?" And he said, "Yeah, dude, I love Star Wars." And we literally became best friends weeks later.
Then we
started talking on the phone. We were helping each other with Miss Perry's math homework, 7th grade.
Yeah.
And then after we got done talking about the math homework, we started talking about Star Wars. He came over and spent the night. We played with Star Wars toys. We played Super Star Wars on the Nintendo Entertainment System, on the Super Nintendo.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's just awesome. It's
Yeah, we went and saw all the. I think we went and saw all the prequel. I think we saw all the new Star Wars movies together.
we did. Yeah, we sure did.
Prequels and sequels.
Yeah,
Cool.
and we many times we went and watched this. You and I went and watched the special editions.
Just the
I mean,
first one.
No.
Star Wars.
We watched them all. I watched Empire like 6 times at the Dollar Theater. You were with me every time.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
We did that a lot. And that was a dream come true for us because, again, Nick and I are the same age. We missed out on Star Wars and Empire in the theater. And, Nick was so young during Jedi, he probably vaguely remembers going to the theater to see that. And I didn't. My first movie theater experience was E.T. So, yeah, Star Wars, I love the characters. And that's the thing, too. There's so many different things that you can love about it. I'm sitting here talking about the toys and the movies, but, I love the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, sometimes I occasionally just listen to the soundtrack all the way through on like a long drive.
Yeah.
Just nothing like it. I just bought a VR headset, the Valve Index. I just bought the Valve Index. So it's, cost me $1,000 or whatever.
Wow.
Well, I bought it for one reason. Nick, tell everybody.
Squadrons.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
it. That's it. I'm not going to miss out on that experience. And if it costs me $1,000, oh, well, I'm having that.
Yeah.
It looks good. I hope it ends up being good. We'll see.
EA, the fact that EA is involved makes me nervous, but I'm looking forward to it, and I pray that it's good.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, it looks promising. I want to say, hey, Tommy, thanks for coming. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, that's something definitely. I don't know. Kids don't play with toys quite as much as back then, but that was a big part of Star Wars. Is you had the toys, even if you had just 1 or 2 figures. Everybody's situation was different, and you constantly wanted to relive it. You wanted to play out the scenes in the movie, and then you would have your own adventures.
Yep.
Everybody had a damn Luke and a Vader.
And how many get-togethers with the guys in the neighborhood did you have? They bring their figures, you bring yours.
Yeah, really. Mm-hmm. Yoda with his little plastic snake. Such great memories. Those toys, and they were. I gotta agree. Those toys were so well made. They didn't have all the extra, kung fu grip and all that stuff, but the weapons look great and they all function fine. Even the funny, like the slide lightsaber in the arm.
Mm-hmm.
But they were great. They looked really good.
Yeah.
Compared to a lot of these newer toys, they just look alien. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what. There's nothing better looking to me than an original Star Wars toy still in the package today. Like.
Yeah.
That you just can't beat it. You just can't beat it. There's nothing like it.
They were beautiful. And going off of what you were saying too, so many aspects like the costumes were so great, and I don't know where cosplay started. I want to guess in Japan. I don't know, but so much of cosplay, the foundation of it, the usage of it is Star Wars. People dressing up as stormtroopers and Leia. I mean, how many girls have you seen with those Leia braids?
Mm-hmm.
It sparked so many things, every aspect of it. When I was talking to Rensler a few weeks ago, we were talking about some of that, and it's Lucas, part of it was luck. A lot of it was him. We have to give him credit, but part of it was luck, and that he managed to get all these amazing talents together. The music, the special effects, the costume designers, the set guys, the cameramen. I mean, just every aspect of those films is just a whole other level of cinematic quality
Yep.
that is truly unbelievable. You know, it'll never happen again. That's for sure.
And how many movies like the original Star Wars in 77, how many movies have stood the test of time? And that still does.
Yeah.
You know, that Lucas really did make Star Wars look like it was old. It was a long time ago.
Oh,
the
yeah.
ships were dirty.
Yeah.
And that's genius. No one had ever done anything like that.
Mhm.
You know, and all this pristine outer space stuff, it doesn't look real. It doesn't look real. But
Yeah.
you're on board the Millennium Falcon and it's dirty, and I don't even know if I'd want to sit in that chair. You know, that's real. I love that. That
Yeah,
was
there's a
so
lot of-
genius.
There's a lot of texture to everything. The
Mhm.
and the way it was constructed. And I'm sure you guys know, like in the behind the scenes stuff, Lucas always wanted like little rivets and bolts and stuff so that it looked like it was put together by the rebels, you know,
Yeah.
kind of scrapped together.
Right.
So yeah, whereas the Imperial stuff would be a little bit cleaner, a little bit flatter, more industrial.
Yep.
So yeah, very cool stuff. You know, Lucas, all the details, it's just so amazing. And you know, I think it's funny. Like just the other day, I saw a tweet where there's a scene in Revenge of the Sith. I'd never caught it before, but apparently there's a scene where Anakin's like bearing down on Obi-Wan with his lightsaber, and he shows two pictures, and the hilt, the lightsaber is different. They, I guess, had filmed it in two different times. And it's such a little thing that you wouldn't even notice unless you really looked. But I just think it's humorous when people point out stuff like that, because it's like the one thing you can find that's wrong in the movie.
Right.
I watch something like The Mandalorian. I have hours of mistakes in The Mandalorian. You watch, you know, the sequel trilogy. It's just mistake after mistake. And I'm not even talking about like story, the obvious, you know, just like production stuff and the detailing of things. It's just so off. And I just think it's, you know, not everybody loves the prequels or loves them to different degrees, but there wasn't a whole lot of mistakes. People might argue, well, the story is a mistake or the acting is a mistake, but I'm talking about like the technical build of these movies. Lucas knew what he was doing, not only for the story, but also like overwatching, like, hey, that paint needs to be like this, and this detail needs to be like that, and that camera angle, you know. He's really unmatched with those films. It's just amazing.
He really paid attention to detail.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. Absolutely. In every aspect. And you're right. He had a lot of help.
Yeah,
Special effects team, Dennis Murin, Ralph McQuarrie with the artwork.
His biggest contributor, I think, to the original Star Wars trilogy, for what we got from it, I think, for the most part, came from the help from his wife.
His wife and Dennis Chan doing the editing. That was, if they hadn't have edited it the way that they did, it would have been a disaster.
And she really helped him fine tune the story.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
that. She would
I think the biggest
send it back after reading the script and be like, no, this doesn't work. You know, what about this? You know, and he'd go back and rewrite it, and you know.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the biggest, most obvious difference is Disney, and it's not just Disney, all of Hollywood, they're just making movies, and they're just trying to make a buck.
Yeah.
Lucas, you know, of course, wanted to make money off of it, but he generally was making his story. He didn't care about critics or what, you know, how you normally do things. He literally created his own studio and his own thing and did it his way. And he loved, you know, purely, obviously the love is there. You can see it in all the detail and attention to detail. So it's just a whole other thing.
Are you a fan of the Diablo series, Not My Star Wars? Have you ever heard of Diablo computer?
Video games, yeah.
Yeah.
I've played them very little. I wouldn't call myself a fan, but I'm aware of them.
So Diablo 2 came out in around 1999, 2000. It was gritty, but it had great soundtrack for its time, outstanding gameplay, Graphically, it was, it's 20 years old today. I'm going somewhere with this, so just bear with me for a second. So 20 years ago, the graphics were very simple because they wanted the game to run smooth. Right. But great attention to detail with the loot, the items,
absolutely,
the way that the PvP worked, the way that the cooperative gameplay worked, the story that they put together, the cutscenes, just everything about the game. The game literally has no weaknesses. And then you fast forward to the year 2012, where they come out with the sequel, Diablo 3. And Diablo 3 was, upon its release, 100% eye candy. It was a total disaster. Yeah. They made the graphics look really bright and flamboyant. The game lost its grim darkness. There was a lot of bright colors in it, a lot of rainbow type colors,
real cartoony.
The story was not a story driven game. They made horrible story decisions, like they made the main antagonist Diablo a female, which was really strange to the gamers going in. The cutscenes were drawn, and it didn't look real at all. And in the Diablo 2, wow, it was state of the art. The cutscenes in Diablo 2 that was 12 years before it was way better. So where am I going with this? The sequel trilogy is a lot like Diablo 3. Mm-hmm. It's eye candy. They knew they were going to sell a bajillion copies. And it was an absolute, utter disaster and failure when it released for months. And fans were angry. And they were backlashing because it resembled nothing to its predecessor. Nothing. And fans literally in droves threw it in the garbage, and they went right back to the original, Diablo 2. Forget Diablo 3. I'm never playing it again. And that's exactly where a big majority, I would say, of the fan base is with this Star Wars sequel trilogy.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And going back off of something I was saying earlier to Nick and on what you're touching here, I've been thinking about this the past few days, is the sequel trilogy is very much like the hot girl, like the model. And I think that people, see the hot girl and they're like, oh, she's so beautiful. And then they get drawn to her and they want to watch her and check her out and follow her around. But you're not taking any time to get to know her. And the second you get to know her, not to say that there's not great people that are beautiful women, but all too often the beautiful girl is pretty hollow inside. And, it goes back to what I was saying. Just because it says Burger King on the Chinese restaurant doesn't mean it's Burger King anymore. Well, just because it says Star Wars on it doesn't mean it's Star Wars. And it's what I had said to Nick earlier too. I don't know if you heard me, is honestly, I think that the majority of people that defend these movies, it's because they saw Star Wars once, like 15 years ago, and they don't really remember it. They don't really know the story, because a 3-year-old can watch the 9 movies and say, these 3 aren't anything to do with anything. They don't even have anything to do with each other. Never mind the Star Wars saga. It's amazing.
Go ahead.
I was telling Coach this, the only people that I know personally that like the sequel trilogy are friends of mine that I've known for a really long time that are super liberal SJW type people. We completely disagree with each other. We're still friends, and we do anything for each other, but they are our ideals and ideologies are complete opposite, and those are the only people that I know that like any of these new sequel trilogy movies.
It just seems to me that, and I'm not disagreeing with Nick at all. I'm sure he's right. But it seems to me that most of the people who are fans of the sequel trilogy are very casual. They seem to be very casual Star Wars fans on the whole.
Yeah.
How much of a passion did they honestly have for the OT growing up and even today? How
much passion do they even have for the new movies? Here's the thing: if if I go to any one of either of you or anyone like our age, I'm just a little bit older than the two of you, but we're right around the same. You go to anybody to that kind of age and you ask them, hey, can you tell me what Star Wars is about? Easily in a sentence or two, a person could tell you. And probably what they'll do is go on for the next hour about how great it is and what it is. You go to these new people and say, hey, can you tell me what the sequel trilogy is about? And they're going to be like, there's no story there. There's no continuity. Who the hell knows what it is?
Yeah.
Really think about it. What is the story of the sequel trilogy?
I don't know what I'd say. It's about a girl that can do everything.
Yeah.
It's like
Flawless.
this new girl that's from a desert and she just can do things.
I thought it was about the black guy, but they fooled me.
Right.
Because, everybody thought Finn was going to be the Jedi.
Right. No, absolutely. And they're playing it off like he wasn't. Come on. We all saw the poster. We all saw the trailers.
Yeah.
You played it up to be that. We knew that he was force sensitive. You had a beautiful story, but at the end of the day, he's the black guy. We're going to ditch on him. We got to do the white English girl. It's ridiculous. Hey, Turd Burglar, thanks for coming in.
Turd Burglar.
I've seen you before, so maybe you're one of the Echo Base's guys.
That's our brother.
Thanks for coming in. Yeah, it's, literally that's my big diffusal is that, tell me what the sequel trilogy is about. And it's just like, I don't know. They want to say like, you just don't understand these films. They're great. They're masterpieces. Okay. So what is it about? Tell me the story. And
well, it's been said over and over again that, oh gosh, I hate to even think about it. But you cannot have a Star Wars movie and it can't appease the fans at all if you betray the character of Luke Skywalker. You can't.
No.
Yeah. Because Luke Skywalker was Star Wars, period. Mm-hmm. And here's another thought that people don't really go here with it, I don't think, too much. This is just a thought that I have, just now. When we were growing up, people either loved or they hated Darth Vader, but they recognized what an awesome character he was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just a truly awesome antagonist. Nobody cares about Kylo Ren. You don't see Kylo Ren t-shirts. You don't see kids talking about Kylo Ren. I mean, there were people who loved Darth Vader as growing up, as kids, as adults. They continue to collect Darth Vader things. Darth Vader was an icon.
I was just going to say, he's an iconic image. Even if you've never seen Star Wars, you know who the hell Darth Vader is.
And you know what? The only iconic antagonist that Disney has put its hands on and given to the public and actually gained some traction, in my opinion, I really have to think of something else. I'm a middle school teacher. I teach 8th grade. I've taught high school for most of my career, but I recognized when the Marvel movies are out and how people loved Marvel Phase 1 and all and everything. Kids were really drawn to Thanos. Great character, great portrayal. They got it right. Thanos was a heck of a lot better of an iconic character than Kylo Ren ever even came close to. And you can't have them. Who is the main antagonist in the sequel trilogy? I thought it was Kylo Ren. It's not. It's the Emperor, who had 6 minutes of screen time, not my Star Wars, in the entire sequel trilogy. Yeah. How can the main antagonist of an entire trilogy of films have 6 minutes of screen time? That is bad storytelling, period.
Going to be Snoke, but they blew that one too. Real quick, hey, Cotton Candy, I like your avatar. It's great. Thanks for coming. And nice to see you, D. Pensac. There's nothing to like about Kylo Ren. He's an emo crybaby. He didn't have any story, anything that he didn't have anything. I don't know what to say. It's like,
even the first scene.
He's not scary. He's not funny. He's not intimidating. He's not interesting. I hate that that's the stupid metal silvers. I just think it looks dorky.
I hated him stopping the laser in the very opening scene that we ever saw him in, because I mean, from the very beginning, you're watching that and you go, Vader, Han Solo, door opens up, Vader's absorbing those into his hands. Why didn't Vader just stop it? Is Kylo Ren better than Vader in the very first?
Yoda couldn't do that. Vader couldn't do that. And that to me is.
Well, when I first saw it, I was like, man, that's pretty cool. You know, seeing it, you know, it was like, oh, this is a new force power, you know. But going back and when you analyze the movie later, you know, you're like, you know, you start thinking about that stuff.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things in the sequel trilogy that when I originally saw it, you know, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, you know. And then after it marinated for a little while, then I'm like, oh, yeah, nah.
Yeah.
You know, I heard that J.J. Abrams had 2 spoonfuls of SpaghettiOs. The first bite was STAR, and the second bite was WARS. And after he swallowed it, chewed it up and swallowed it, he got really sick and he vomited it out. And that's what he gave the fans.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a guy that says, you know, when I was 9 years old, I saw the word Star Wars and I was in love and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, how could you have been 9 years old, known and seen and loved Star Wars all this time and create that?
Same thing with Rian Johnson.
Yeah.
So either A, you are lying and you did not see Star Wars when you were 9 years old. You're lying through your teeth. Or B, you just truly don't love the franchise. You just want to make some thing. You want to make it.
A monkey could have written a better story.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, me and Coach have had this conversation many times. If me and him were in those writing rooms, we literally would have put our foot down on so much of that storyline.
And that's not us. That's you too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I would have shredded up those scripts, which makes me wonder sometimes, is nobody speaking up? Or is Kathleen really just like this error that says, I don't care what you want, this is what it's going to be? I don't know. I would like to know. But it's baffling to me that, because there's some old Lucasfilm employees still there, and aren't you guys saying, Kathy, this isn't Star Wars? What's wrong with you? You know?
Yeah. Apparently there are some people there, but they pretty much, you know, are, and even Mark Hamill himself has made his viewpoints known, and they like he said, they pat him on the head, give him a cookie, and tell him to go away, you know. And that's probably what Lucasfilm is doing to all the Lucasfilm employees that have been there for, you know, before Disney bought them.
You know, the thing that we're coming to grips with, guys, is that the golden age of Star Wars is over.
Yeah.
It's over. And we were hoping that it would be brought back to us, because let's be honest, it doesn't matter how we feel about the prequel trilogy. The prequel trilogy was not a golden age.
No.
It was a step down. It has aged well. Opinions vary, but in my opinion, it has aged well over time. I like it more today than I liked it. I was a hater. I'm going to be completely honest. And what made it better for me? Dave Filoni, George Lucas, and the Clone Wars animated series made those movies better for me. So now I watch them and I like them a lot more. I still won't watch the first half of The Phantom Menace, and I never will. I can't stand it. But
not even the pod races?
Nope. They never resonated with me. Like it just never got me. But the golden age is over. We were hoping it would be revived, brought back, continued. And as fans, we never wanted. I can't speak for everybody. As a fan, I never wanted Disney to try to outdo the original trilogy.
Right.
Don't try to make something better than. Just continue the legacy. That's it. Yeah. Just continue it. And how do you do that? You bring Luke Skywalker back. You bring Han Solo back. You bring Princess Leia back. Almost said Carrie Fisher, and you have them on screen together. At least make the first movie about them,
Right.
And now you're continuing a legacy.
Yeah,
And they
just
didn't
continue
do
the
that.
story. It doesn't got to be better. Just
Right.
keep going with the story. And when it was announced, and I knew we were getting the Force Awakens, the thing that gave me hope was Tron Legacy. So I was a big Tron fan growing up, and when Legacy came out, I was like, man, that movie was freaking awesome. Like, I loved it. And I was like, I thought we were going to get something similar, not as far as the type of movie, but just that I would end up leaving the theater thinking the same thing. Like, man,
Tron
that was
Legacy is
awesome.
a terrible movie. What are you talking about?
I love Tron and Tron Legacy. So
yeah.
I'm kidding. Nick knows it's like one of my top 5 movies ever.
Yeah.
Like, I love it.
No, it's, speaking of Tron Legacy, it very much respected the lore, the story, the theme of Tron. And, touching back on 2 things that you said, Coach, is I've said it many times on live streams and videos. For me, episode 7 would have been all Luke, Leia, and Han. Of course, Chewie and R2 and all that. But the focus of episode 7 should have been bringing back our heroes, establishing where they're at, everything that has gone by in these 30-some years, reconnecting us, showing us where they're at. And then towards the end of the film, like they did with Luke at the last 30 seconds, then they should have brought in Rey or whoever.
That's all we wanted.
And then in episode 8, you start to wean them off. You start to pass the torch, but you show respect and you bring it from the old to the new. And then by the time episode 9 comes out, it's all about Rey or all about Finn or whoever. I'm all for that.
Well, yep. 100% agree.
You should have respected Luke. And going back to what I was saying to Nick earlier is Disney chose to bring Luke into it. Lucas's 7, 8, 9 were not about Luke and the gang. It was a totally different thing. So had Disney just left them alone and did something new, okay, well, maybe we would have lived with it. But they chose to play off the nostalgia, put the Star Wars sticker on it, and say, hey, Luke, Han, Leia. And then they trampled on them. And that's where Disney killed themselves, is they should have either just left them alone if you're going to do some new ridiculous nonsense, or if you're going to bring them back, you got to not only respect them, but pass it on correctly. And they just chose to, where's Luke the whole movie? And then he just tosses his lightsaber. And it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
It's so crazy.
So, I wholeheartedly agree. It really should have just either leave them out or you have to do right by them. And, they did the opposite. It's really a shame.
It's just, I can't even imagine the decisions being made. You were given the keys to the greatest movie franchise ever in history.
A money printer, a printing press, literally a printing press. And
honestly,
for millions, $1 billion printing press.
And the truth is, it's easy for me to say, sitting on the outside, for us to say this, but I honestly feel it, and I just can't get rid of it. That thing is hard to screw up, man.
Yeah.
How could you screw that up?
Yeah. Well, I've said it many times myself. It's like
because J.J. Abrams wants to surprise everybody.
Yeah, you have to purposely try to, because a child could have made these movies. I remember it might have been my first video. Somebody commented yeah, I can't believe this. This should have been a layup.
Yeah.
A basketball layup. Just literally, it's so easy. You have 40 years. Well, at that time it was 35 years of books and comics and all the things that Kathleen says we don't have, soundtracks and stories and movie reels, and I can't even imagine the vaults. I can't even imagine the stuff we haven't seen in the vaults, but just the stuff we know about. Hundreds of books and comics and games, and it's like, how could you screw this up?
And the original cast is still alive.
And you have the cast.
And Luke, Mark Hamill was at an age where he could still carry a film.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
he could have carried it, and they didn't want him to.
You had a cast that was like, yes, Star Wars, we're back.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think people really, I haven't heard this point too much. But, Mark Hamill is certainly no Harrison Ford. Even though Star Wars is mainly about Mark Hamill or Luke, not Han Solo. It's Luke's story. Mm-hmm. Han Solo is a major side character. He's not the main character. Luke is.
Mm-hmm.
But Mark Hamill didn't really carry any movies after 83.
No.
I mean, nothing big. He was typecasted as Luke Skywalker, and that's it. And Disney did not. I get the feeling that they looked at Mark Hamill and said, this guy hadn't made a movie. He hasn't been a star since 83. We're not going to, I mean, he's nobody. People don't want to see him. Right. So we're not going to let him carry this. We got to write a story where he's a side character only. And that's where they messed up. That is where they messed up. They didn't think he could do it. They didn't think he could pull it off. I think they thought that was a risky move, and they couldn't be more wrong because that's what the fans wanted.
Absolutely. Can you imagine the logic and the mentality to say, we're making a Star Wars movie, but we're not going to listen to Luke Skywalker?
Yeah. You just made a basketball reference.
Or George.
Yeah, you just made a basketball reference a second ago. Do you guys remember Michael Jordan retired in 1998? They call me coach for a reason. I'm
a huge Jordan fan. So
basketball coach for 20 years. So yeah, I'm a Jordan fan as well. So Jordan retired at the peak of his game, 98, going out with the 6th championship, very much like Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill, the end of 83. Fast forward a couple years. Michael Jordan is 40 years old, comes out of retirement, playing for a different franchise. You know what? He didn't play second fiddle to anybody. He was the main gun on that team, had many nights where he dominated, scored 40, 50 points in a game. He was still one of the best players in the league, in the world, and he was 40 years old.
Yep.
That's how you come back. You don't come back as a weaker character. You come back like, I'm still the man.
Yeah.
And that's what we should have gotten with Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, granted, Michael, like Luke, is older. He's not going to be able to do what he could when he was 20. And here's a little funny thing. I grew up in the D.C. area. So I actually saw the very last game in the Cap Center as the Bullets playing the Bulls in the second round of the playoffs. They got crushed by the Bulls, but I was at the very last game of the Cap Center.
Awesome. What year was that?
That would have been 97, 98.
So that was Chris Webber, Juwan Howard, Calbert Saney, George Murasan.
Strickland.
Yes.
Great team.
Yeah, absolutely.
You may or may not remember, but one of the best dunks I've seen Jordan ever do. He came baseline, 2 hands, gorilla dunked on George Murasan, swung like 2-3 times. It was an and one. It was just
that's awesome.
Anyways, going on with that is that being that I lived in that area, I was also there when Michael came to Washington as a Wizard. So I firsthand saw him a couple times in games and also on TV, of course. Yep. And he wasn't the same as he was when he was 20 or 30, but there was
some of them nights.
You can take it over whenever he wants. He still was Michael.
And that makes me think of all the rumors that we had in leading up to episode 8 and 9. Everybody's saying, all the leaks are coming out, Luke is going to fight the Knights of Ren. He's single-handedly going to take them all out. That's what we wanted.
Yeah.
That's what we wanted. We should have had that scene. The only fight scene that we got from Luke, the real fight scene, is him taking a beat down from Rey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he should have totally been because he was a Master Jedi in Jedi. So he should have been a Grandmaster now. Talking to Force Ghosts of Obi and Yoda. Continued his learning, but more on a wisdom meditative type of level. And he should have had one or two last battles, just whoop somebody's ass. And then, they could have played on it and, he could have been huffing and puffing after, like, man, I'm too old for this.
That's right. So what was going through?
Finn, you got to take this over for me because I just can't do this anymore.
That's right.
Give him that last stand where he really is like, exactly. I'm a Grandmaster.
Yeah, don't make him a ghost in his last stand.
No.
So what was going through your mind during the end when he comes back, talks to Leia, goes out, confronts the AT-ATs, or whatever those things are called, fights Kylo? What was going through your mind during all of that?
Man, I'm trying to remember because I've suppressed so much of it. I think for the first few moments, I didn't really understand. Like, is this Luke really there, or is he a ghost, or what was that? Was something that wasn't totally clear. I also didn't understand. Well, why now? What, you like didn't want to have anything to do this whole time, and now all of a sudden you've changed your mind. Now you're going to come back and fight. Also, why are you going to fight your nephew? Why haven't you this whole time been trying to redeem him or talk to him? And now you're just going to show up and try to fight him. You tried to kill him, and now you're going to try to fight him. It just wasn't making sense. I did think it was pretty cool. The whole thing is silly, and that scene is silly. But when all the gorilla AT-ATs or whatever they're called now shot at him, and he just like brushes. I did kind of like that little cheekiness from him. That was like that's like the one moment I was like, okay, Luke, and it was like that was it.
Yeah, I remember in that scene when that was happening, and I was like, and he kind of brushed that off his shoulder, like that's nothing. I was like, man, we're about to see him go off, man. I was so pumped. And I was like, we're about to see him just wreck everybody. And it was so lame. So lame.
It was the biggest letdown.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really was.
So, because you're sitting there through the first 2/3 of the movie thinking, oh my gosh, I cannot believe what I'm looking at. I cannot believe they did this to Luke. I was not expecting this. Yeah, I was hurting. I was literally hurting watching that. I was in shock. Like, I cannot believe that's my childhood superhero, my hero, that they just did this to. You might as well put him in a pink bra and panties and let him go out there and dance or something. Like,
yeah,
he was useless.
Yeah,
and then they dangled that carrot in front of us. He shows up. He looks the way that we wanted him to look. He's talking to Leia. He sounds like Luke. He looks sincere like Luke. The expression in his face, his eyes are large, looking into her eyes, talking to her, being very sincere. And I'm like, that's him. He's being Luke Skywalker again. That's the character. And then he stands up, winks at 3PO or whatever. The music starts playing. He's walking out there to confront all those walkers. And the hair on my arm was rising. And I'm like, he's back. He cleaned himself up. He's coming to save the day.
Yep.
And I was thinking, oh my gosh, he's going to walk out there and use the Force and make all those walkers fall over or something.
Right.
He's about to fight Kylo Ren and make Kylo Ren run off or something. Or I don't know.
He's about to pull a Gandalf on all these people.
Right.
Yeah. My hero is back. And then he's not. And then that dangling the carrot in front of us was the biggest letdown. And I know that they thought they did something crafty. I know that they thought they did something. Oh, you didn't see that coming. No, we didn't see it coming.
Right.
But that doesn't mean it's good because you fooled us.
It's not what we wanted to see.
No.
And you know what? Now that you say that, I agree. And now I can remember that all of Force Awakens and up to that point in the Trash Jedi, I'm like, what the hell is going on? And then I thought, okay, maybe they were just fooling us. Now Luke is about to really get off, redeem himself, and Rian Johnson is just about to redeem himself. He's been playing with us. And no.
Yeah. And Rian Johnson's another one of those guys, to the point you made earlier about J.J. Abrams. They're making reports about how he loved the AT-AT. Somebody on set gave him an in-the-box 1980 Empire Strikes Back AT-AT Walker, still sealed in the box, and he was beaming as he held it and hugged it. And I'm like, that's me. That's how I would be. He loves that toy. Star Wars is in good hands. He's an original fan. And, oh, man, no.
There's no way a fan who knows the original trilogy inside and out and is so attached to it like so many fans are would allow anything to happen like what we got out of those movies.
No, absolutely not. even if you're not like, even if you're not like a super lore person that knows all the trivia and all the stuff, just the love of the story and the characters, there's no way you would make these films. So it shows me that, you know, Ryan Johnson saw those movies like 5 years ago, and you know that's what
it's like. Oh yeah, I like those movies. Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
I saw that movie Sniper with Mark Wahlberg. I like that movie too.
Right.
You know, I'm not like, you know, hardcore about it, but yeah, that's how I feel like some of these people that say they're Star Wars fans are. You know?
Yeah. Real quick, but didn't they shoot a fight scene with Luke and the Knights of Ren, but they scrapped it all? Reports of location filming and wire work. I personally haven't heard of that. I know that they were supposed to do something with the Knights of Ren, and they just kind of like scrapped it. But I haven't heard of, maybe the Echo Base has heard of it, but I don't know of.
I remember that leak.
Yeah, I think there was a lot done with Luke and the Knights of Ren. I think there was a lot done with the Knights of Ren between the Last Jedi and what's the third movie called? That's how much I don't care about it. The Rise of Skywalker. Yeah.
Oh, Skywalker.
Yeah, the Rise of Skywalker. Like there was a ton done in those movies that we never ever saw. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's just.
What's funny is like, I bought The Force Awakens when it came out on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever, and I even bought The Last Jedi. I bought it because at that point it's like, I've bought every other Star Wars movie that's ever come out, so I'm going to buy this one too. And I've never have I ever watched it. I've got it somewhere.
I got it on 4K.
And then The Rise of Skywalker comes out, and I'm in Walmart or wherever, and I see the rack, and I'm like, no way.
Yeah.
Fool me once.
Yeah. I bought. So when I first bought my first 4K Blu-ray player, they had 4K movies there, and The Last Jedi was there, and the only reason I bought it was to see how good the picture was, because all the Star Wars movies look good. They all look fantastic. The visual effects, everything it's all stunning. It's very well done. And that's why I bought it, because I was like, I want to see how good like the picture quality and the detail and everything is on a 4K TV, on a 4K Blu-ray player with this movie. You know?
But here's the thing, Nick. Here's the thing. If you're trying to find a pimple on Rey's face, you know there's not one.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't. I literally watched the first scene of The Last Jedi with the stupid bomber attack, which that's a whole nother conversation. But I literally watched that scene and then cut the movie off. And that's all I've ever watched from that 4K Blu-ray that I own.
You know, what's funny, not my Star Wars, is that we had this idea at the aftermath of The Rise of Skywalker that we were going to make a documentary. And so we're knee deep in producing our sequel trilogy documentary, and the story hadn't even been finished yet. So we are watching the news. We are paying such close attention. We can't report on everything because there was just so much. We had to really be picky and choosy about what we wanted to go with in our documentary. But as we're sitting there making that documentary, and it's becoming more and more and more of a train wreck, and we had to go watch The Rise of Skywalker because it was the conclusion to our documentary.
Right.
So I'm walking around with my phone recording people's reactions after the movie.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what did you think about it? And I'm like,
Yeah.
It was so funny, man. It was so funny. But we're sitting there watching something that we love die this horrible death. But I don't know. Just us making that documentary during that time and having it come out about a month after, wasn't it about a month after the movie premiered, Nick? Maybe
Yeah,
6 weeks.
it was right at a month when we dropped the documentary. Right
Yeah,
after
it was perfect timing. It had us. We had time to wrap it all up, and wow, it was just the craziest thing.
And I loved the ending to the documentary with Mahler. Mahler's take on the ending of the sequel trilogy and the Rise of Skywalker was epic.
Yep. And that was the only enjoyment we got out of the sequel trilogy was making our documentary.
Yeah. See, I wish I could go back to that time right there. Not my Star Wars.
This is
Chinese
the Star Wars
theater.
that I know. This is the Star Wars that I know.
Yeah.
When I went to see the Rise of Skywalker, there was 8 people, and I was one of those 8. Opening day.
Yeah.
In Pittsburgh, not like Kalamazoo, Pittsburgh. Okay,
Wow.
This is the Star Wars that I know. Not an empty theater on opening day. Look what Disney has done to themselves.
Yep, every single movie after the Force Awakens made less and less money, right?
Yes.
So The Last Jedi made less than the Force Awakens, and the Rise of Skywalker made less than the Last Jedi, right?
Yes.
Yeah. 6-track stereo. Wow.
This is what Star Wars used to be, you know? It's
It's so funny that you bring those up because it reminds me of a lot of those. And that picture right there, that's one of the pictures I think we used in the intro for our documentary.
We did.
Was that exact same image right there?
Mm-hmm.
But when we were doing our documentary, we wanted to show kind of the history of what Star Wars has been leading up to the sequel trilogy, and you know, this was Star Wars, you know, and so we of course had the clips in there. We had those old images of people at the theaters dressed up, all that, and
we
then
showed people of it.
Yeah, and then you get to the movies and you hear their responses, and of course, you know, to try to, you know, level things out, we of course put thoughts of in comments from people that like the movies, but it was hard to find those. Most of the stuff that you find on that stuff when we were going out looking for this stuff was all negative.
Yeah, it is. Real quick, I wanted to Tommy said, I felt like that when Transformers was Bayformers annihilated the core characters in it. And I agree, but the reason I wanted to highlight that is, you know, Doctor Who has been trampled on, Star Trek has been all wrecked, but man, although it's all of those are tragedy comics, all this stuff is just getting wrecked. Nothing has been disrespected more than Star Wars. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's the worst.
I definitely agree with Tommy on that point. I absolutely loathe Michael Bay for what he did to Transformers. I am a big Transformers fan of the Generation 1 80s cartoon. Love it. Love the toys. Love the comics. All of it. That's my animated Star Wars. My love for that is up there on par with Star Wars. And when we were going to get Transformers on the big screen, and they had Peter Cullen reprising his role as voice acting Optimus Prime, it was terrible. It was terrible. The first movie was decent. Every movie after that was a train wreck. Because you got somebody who had no clue what Transformers was about, never watched it, would tell people, I never saw it. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is what I want them to look like. Well, just spit over the fan's face. Like, don't call it Transformers. Call it something else.
Yeah, make some new robots.
Alien Robots. Part 1. You know?
Insane. Hey, TD, thanks for coming. I saw you earlier. I didn't get a chance to say hello. You know, to me, if I bought a franchise, the first people I'm going to seek out is number one, the creator of that franchise.
Yeah.
Okay, number one. Like Lucas would have been over at Disney every day if it was me. And then number two, if I'm going to bring people on, I want to see your receipts. I want to see your childhood toys. I want to know that you played with them. I want to know that you understand the story. I want to see your old videotapes. I want to hear your stories. It's real easy. Within 3 to 5 minutes, if not shorter, I can tell if you're a real Star Wars fan or not. It doesn't take much. And, to me, I would have been seeking out people like me, just saying, that actually know what the hell this thing is. And, it's amazing that they got people like just don't care, don't know. It's just insanity.
Yeah, Mark Hamill had one of the best quotes when talking about this Disney Star Wars movies is it's not about quality. It's not about if it's good or not. It's all about if it makes money.
Right.
And that's basically George Lucas sold the franchise to somebody that just cares about making money. I would have loved to have seen him, if he didn't want to do any more movies, just basically have a Lucas committee of fans that are brought together or whatever, and make the company public. Release it to the public to where anybody can make movies, but they have to get approval from the Lucas committee on the story and that sort of stuff, and they have to approve it. But any studio, any game company that wants to, Disney, license out Star Wars games to EA exclusively, so nobody else can make Star Wars games. That's the dumbest thing. That's literally the dumbest thing ever. And so it's just all corporatized. It's all corporate now, and it's lost its magic, that it had when Lucas created it.
Yep.
Yeah, and sometimes I wonder, why did he even sell it? What I would have done is stay the owner. Just hire. If you wanted Kathleen, if you wanted to try out Kathleen, okay, make her the president and let her run things, but keep the property. Why did you sell it? Why don't you just? Here's the thing: he wants to make his own films, right? So why not still own Lucasfilm and Skywalker Sound and all that to make your movies with? I just don't understand. Why.
He literally could have. I understand his reasoning for doing it, because he was like, all right, he really liked Disney at the time. They did a great job with the Marvel stuff. They did a great job with the Pixar stuff. They did do a great job with the theme parks. He's like, man, this is the best option. And at the time, I agreed with him, because when he sold to Disney, I was like, everything that Marvel's doing, the theme parks, all that, like, man, this is gonna kill. Like, it's gonna be great.
I would have just sold them the licensing.
Yeah, and that's exactly. And that's what
make a park. Go ahead, I'll give you the license.
Exactly, and that's exactly the point I was getting ready to get to. Is he should have just sold them the licensing and said, "You can do this." But the thing is, he would have still owned it, and he could have put a stop to all the nonsense that they ended up doing with the story.
He would be the safety valve.
Yeah,
he would let Kathleen or whoever go and say, "Okay, do your thing." But if you start straying too much from the path, remember that Daddy's going to shut you down. I'm going to shut you down. And it would have kept everyone in check. He would have kept all the old people. You know that Ben Burtt, I have a video about this. Ben Burtt works in some side office. He doesn't even work on the Star Wars films anymore.
Terrible.
I've wondered.
Yeah, I wondered. I've wondered what. Like, I thought he retired or something. Is he still at LucasArts? Lucasfilm?
And he does stuff for other movies. He doesn't even work on Star. The guy that invented the lightsaber sound, Boba Fett's jetpack.
Such a good sound guy.
I mean, seriously, he doesn't work on any Star Wars movies. What the hell is going on over there?
That's somebody we should try reaching out to, Coach, is Ben Burtt.
Oh, I would love to get a hold of him.
That'd be amazing.
But yeah, it's just crazy. Real quick, blame JJ for both Star Trek and Star Wars. Yes, absolutely. And DC
Yeah.
is, I don't know what they are thinking. Why anybody trusts this guy with any movies? I don't know. D, that's a tough call. Half of me says don't do it because you're just going to be pissed off and heartbroken. It's trash.
You're missing nothing.
Half of me, or maybe not half, but a small fraction of me says if you've seen all the other 8, maybe go ahead and just get it, beat the horse down to the last time. It sucks. It's all it is, and it's stupid, and it sucks. But I saw it because, as my channel, for me to, I do a lot of research. I don't just come on here and talk BS and blab. There's always facts and research behind the things that I do, whether I'm talking on a live stream or my videos, and I show the receipts in my videos. So for me to intelligently and responsibly talk about Rise of Skywalker, I want to go see it, because otherwise, and by the way, I saw it for free. I saw all 3 of the Disney movies for free because I have a family member that worked at Cinemark before they got shut down, so I got to see them for free. So Disney didn't get my money anyways. But
I would say just watch Luke talk to Leia and Luke walk out and face the walkers, and as soon as Kylo Ren comes down there and they turn their lightsabers on, stop the movie and let your imagination do the rest.
Oh, he's talking about the Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Just watch the lesbian scene.
At the very end, that quick 3-second.
Can you imagine? I just said that
kiss.
for a Star Wars movie. Like that's,
Yeah.
Honestly, Rise of Skywalker, there's nothing that sticks out to me like, oh, but this was cool, or this is worth seeing. But really, everything makes 0 sense.
I hardly remember the movie. I only saw it once opening night with Coach, and that was it. And I'll probably never watch it again.
Yes, there's no reason. It's a convoluted mess. It's like just flashes. It's like edit. It's just a mess of strung together things. Star Destroyers now blow up planets. You got to in Last Jedi, they couldn't muster one ship to help them, not one person in rebellion. In the Rise of Skywalker, there's 16,000 ships that show up to fight the final order at the end. It's like no consistency. The movie totally is a retcon for The Last Jedi. JJ tries to just wipe out everything that Ryan did. Ryan tried to wipe out everything that JJ did with The Force Awakens. It's like 2 kids fighting over toys. It's ridiculous.
no doubt.
Yeah.
It's a mess. It's a total mess. So you're not missing anything. I most of me would say just don't waste your time. Honestly, it's terrible editing. Yes. There was something I wanted to touch back on. Okay. I'm going to say something that's going to take a lot of people by surprise because I'm not my Star Wars. I actually liked The Last Jedi for a few days, maybe a week. And here's why. After I saw, and I think you missed this part, Coach, because Nick asked me, what did you feel or what did you think of The Force Awakens? And I, told him basically the whole movie. I'm like, where's Luke? And when it came out, it felt hollow. And to me, I had said it out loud and said it to myself, Star Wars is over. It's done. The Star Wars we knew is gone. I knew that from Force Awakens. So by the time Jedi came around, I was kind of like disconnected. I was like, oh, well, Star Wars is gone. This is some new thing. So I'm just going to look at this movie as just this movie. And if no other Star Wars existed, The Last Jedi actually might be an okay film. It's very beautiful. It has interesting things going on. If you didn't know who Luke was, okay, he's some hermit guy. If you didn't know who Snoke was, okay, he's this big guy that gets killed. Big deal. So if you see it as just if no other movie existed and you just saw The Last Jedi, it's not maybe as bad as we take it because of all the obvious problems is that it has nothing to do with anything else in Star Wars. So ironically, for a few days, maybe a week, I was like, I kind of like this movie. Like Ray grew on me a little bit, but it was because I had just kind of disconnected. I've never disconnected from the old stuff, Lucas era. That's my love in my heart. But as far as like Disney and what Star Wars is today, I was just like, Who cares? I don't give a shit anymore. Anyways, they don't. So I just kind of really watched The Last Jedi for itself. And for a few days there, I was like, it was kind of fun because it has nothing to do with anything. It's just a movie I saw. You know?
Yeah. I actually went to see the movie for a second and third time, trying to force myself to like the movie. And after seeing it the second time, I was like, you know what? That after seeing it the second, okay, I get it. I like it. It's not that bad. But then I went and watched it the third time, and I was like, man, I can't do it. This movie sucks.
Yep.
You know,
That's how it was for me.
and the thing is, when me and Coach went and saw it for the very first time, we were both literally speechless after watching it.
Wait, which movie?
The Last Jedi.
Yes.
We literally just looked at each other when the credits rolled
Couldn't speak.
and said not a word.
No doubt.
And we went to Waffle House and ate.
wow.
Still couldn't talk.
And
You guys
yeah.
have Waffle House in Alabama?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I lived in Florida for about 11 years, so I know all about the Waffle House.
Oh, Waffle House is the bomb.
But when we went to go watch Rise of Skywalker, we walked in with the mindset of no matter what happens, we're not going to be mad. We
It
fully
was like a
anticipated
comedy
the movie
show.
to be terrible for us.
Yeah.
And we were like, we're just going to laugh. Like that's literally what we did. We just laughed and shook our heads. But some parts were pretty good. Like, I don't know what parts those are. Maybe 2 seconds of Wedge. That was cool.
Yeah, he was so brief. I was like, oh, well, wait, that was that Wedge I just saw a second ago? You know, it went super fast, but so much of it, I was just like, oh god, this just keeps getting.
But when I think of that end scene with Rey on Tatooine, burying the lightsabers,
terrible,
saying her last name Skywalker, knowing she's Palpatine's granddaughter,
yeah,
it's sickening to me.
Yeah, and they just came up with the fact that she was Palpatine's daughter at the very end there when they were making this movie. That was not planned out from the beginning. No way, no how.
Palpatine wasn't even a thought.
No, absolutely not.
In the beginning.
That movie was such a just desperate. I mean, you just felt the desperateness of Disney in that movie. I mean, they're just grabbing at anything they can. Let's bring Harrison back for a scene. You know, let's bring the Emperor in here. We got Luke, we got Leia. Let's bring them all in. Let's do this. Let's do that. You know, it's just let's go back to Tatooine on the original, location of Luke's homestead. You know, it's just, I mean, they were grasping.
Yeah.
Well, the truth is, I appreciate their effort. I really do, but it's irreparable.
Yeah. Well, and Palpatine, that was obviously not part of it. It was them scrambling as soon as Ryan killed off Snoke. They're like, "Oh shit, what are we gonna do now?"
Yeah.
TD, no, Lucas did sell off all the rights. What it is that whenever any of his characters, locations, anything that was Lucas era shows up, he gets 25% cut of the profits.
Yes, it's like royalty fees.
Right.
Yeah.
So part of why they are doing this, destroying and disregarding the old characters, is because they don't want to have to give Daddy Georgie a check. But if you want to do that, at least do it respectfully. They're doubling down and just stepping all over our lore, that's where the real problem is. If you didn't, I'll go back to what I said earlier. If you didn't bring Luke into the sequel trilogy, we all would have liked to seen him, but okay. But you chose to bring in Luke, and now you're stepping all over him. That's where you made a mistake. You cannot do that. So that's where that comes from, is he doesn't have the rights, but he does get royalties.
And the big thing for Disney when they bought Lucasfilm was George went out and did the work. He went out and got Mark Hamill, Harrison, Carey, all the original cast to sign on to do 3 more movies. They were signed and ready to go before he ever even sold to Disney. Then he sold to Disney. So they already had them in the bag at that point when they bought Lucasfilm, and
because it was going to be Lucas doing Star Wars again.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole reason Mark Hamill signed on. He's even said in interviews he had no idea it was going to be sold to Disney. And he found out just like everybody else did. From the news. He wasn't told, or at least that's what he says. So, but it's what are you gonna do?
Crazy. TD, I'm kind of mixed on that one. Okay, as far as all the Disney stuff, and I mean all of it, Clone Wars, Mandalorian, all that stuff, Rogue One, to me, is the only property that has at least a feeling, a little bit of the glimpse of the magic of Star Wars.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I think it's fun. But it's like all the Disney stuff. When you really sit down and watch and you really start thinking about it, there's all kinds of problems. I really like Chirrut. I really like Jyn Erso is arguably my favorite female character in all of Star Wars. I know that's kind of crazy. She wasn't like crazy developed, but one, I think Felicity is just gorgeous. And I like her. I like the idea of Jyn. Could they have done a lot more and better with her? Sure. But I like the idea of her story. I don't think it's a terrible film. I think it's the best out of the Disney mess.
Yeah.
I think that the first 3/4 of it are a little bit slow. The end, the Scarif battle is pretty cool. Probably the biggest problem I have with it is the very end is a huge retcon. If you know Star Wars, Darth Vader does not come onto the Tantive 4 until the stormtroopers have secured and cleared the ship. In Rogue One, he comes in and he's swinging around and killing all these. It's cool. It looks awesome. We all want to see Vader go off. But that's retconning the original trilogy. That is not correct lore. It's not canon. So to me, as cool as it looks, I think it's awesome. It can't be canon. You're messing with the OT. You do not mess with the OT. If you want to screw around with the prequels, I'm not happy with that either, but you do not mess with the OT. And Vader doing all that stuff is not OT. He did not come in and whoop up on Rebel. Listen, Darth Vader does not waste his time on Rebel troops. Darth Vader is going to fight Jedi. Darth Vader is going to fight a strong adversary. He's not going to... That's light work for his stormtroopers. Okay? And we see that in A New Hope, or what is originally Star Wars. He did not do all that. Now, if they would have had him on some side adventure and he was doing all that and whipping people, I'm all for it. Great. We all want to see Darth Vader get loose. Absolutely. We'd be okay with a Darth Vader movie, chasing down Jedi and doing all kinds of stuff. But that specific scene of him coming onto the Tantive and doing all that mess, as cool as it is going against canon. So I cannot accept it. So as much as I want to like Rogue One, as much as I thought it was a fun movie and the best out of what their mess is, at the end of the day, I can't take it as canon. It's what I say. Disney Star Wars is not canon because if you really watch these properties, they all somehow, some shape, form, or way, go against the OT. And I cannot accept that. Anything that threatens the OT is automatically not canon. And let's talk about canon for a second. Canon is not an opinion. Canon is not a desire. We all have our view and perspective and love of Star Wars. But at the end of the day, Star Wars is not mine and it's not yours. Star Wars belongs to George Lucas. It is his story. Okay, so while we may want certain things and like certain things, at the end of the day, the guy that created the story and knows the actual true canon and lore is George Lucas. So while I wasn't necessarily thrilled with everything he did in the prequels, I accept them with a lot of love because that is Lucas's vision. So anything that George Lucas does, I'm not saying the man is perfect, but when it comes to Star Wars, he's God. So whatever he does is what it is, whether we like it or not. Okay.
What was your thoughts on the special editions?
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
So whatever Lucas does is what it is, whether we like it or not. So when you start messing with the OT, in any which shape or form, when you start changing that Anakin wasn't as important or that Luke wasn't as important, then you've already lost me. That it's not canon. I'm not going to accept it. I'm not going to support it. And I'm going to create a channel called Not My Star Wars. It's that simple. Now, special editions. Kind of two sides of a coin. Overall, they cleaned up a lot of stuff, so they look and sound better. Some of the scenes I'm okay with. Empire doesn't really have anything extra. The Jabba scene in The New Hope was just dumb. It's totally not necessary. Changing around McClunky and Han shot first was totally unnecessary. There's some things that are just not necessary. There was one or two things in Jedi, I think, which I can't remember off the top of my head, but I was okay with. And there's also a scene of Luke when he builds his green lightsaber and he's like tuning it. I have it. Which I thought should have been in the special edition. He's like fixing his lightsaber and then he gives it to R2 so that when he goes to the Sarlacc pit and R2's going to shoot it out, that's where he gives it to R2. It's a cool little scene. So I'll go back to what I said a second ago. For example, Boba Fett. They changed the voice to Tamara Morrison. I'm not crazy about it. I like the original. I'm a Boba Fett guy. So to me, the original voice is what it was. But I understand. Number one, it's Lucas's, it's not mine. And number two, continuity-wise, to be fair, it should be the same voice as Jango. Same thing with Anakin as a Force Ghost. The reason that has to happen, guys, is because a Sith cannot become a Force Ghost. Only a Jedi can. So that's why he has to be the young Anakin as Hayden Christensen, because he wouldn't be able to appear there. There's a reason why it had to be Hayden, is because when he's redeemed, you're only going to be able to see him as Anakin, truly Anakin, not the older guy. I know to a lot of us, we're like, but there was the old guy, and we were used to that, and I agree. But at the end of the day, it's George Lucas's movie, and it does make sense. It's not like he just said, well, I'm just going to throw in Hayden. It's because to be a Force Ghost, he must be Anakin, not Vader. So,
see, I always thought he went back to being a Jedi and back to Anakin in those last moments before he died, and that's why the old version of him in the original scene was there. And
I think that at the time,
I've heard that argument, anyways.
Right, that at that time, sure. But he didn't know if he was going to make the prequels. He didn't know who Hayden Christensen was. And by the time he made the prequels, he probably thought about it again. Lucas knows his story, knows the details in the canon. And he probably said, hey, if he's going to be a Force Ghost, he's got to be a Jedi. He's got to be Annie.
What about Vader saying, no?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little silly, but, a lot of people make fun of Hayden. But, it's like I said in the first episode of this with Jane Theory, people break down off a little bullshit. Now put yourself in Anakin's. You've been a slave. You have these weird powers. You get separated from your mom. You're seeing like this giant republic and aliens and Jedi and Force and all these things. Then you come back. Your mom dies in your arms. All these things are going wrong. You're seeing all this corruption and evil. The love of a woman can drive you crazy. I mean, like when you compound all these things and you have one thing is to have the weight of the world on your shoulder. He has the weight of the entire galaxy on his shoulders. So to be fair to, he was so whiny and blah, blah, blah. Please, you wouldn't have survived two of the things he went through. Never mind held it together for what he did. I think that Hayden played it well. Number one, that's what Lucas wanted. Okay. So it's not so much Hayden. It was what Lucas wrote. But it fits. I mean, Anakin is supposed to, that's his downfall, that he's so emotional and he gives in and he's seeking the easier route. I mean, that's the point, guys. Also, Star Wars is always supposed to be unknowns. It's not about having Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. It's about having people that, are unknown and they can pull these things off. If Leonardo DiCaprio, who was begging to be Anakin, would have been Anakin, it would have been totally different. He would have maybe acted it better, but would we have gotten what we need, that emotion and frailty of Anakin? I don't know that we would have. I think that Hayden played it well. is it an Academy Award performance, the best thing ever? No, I'm not saying that. And furthermore, the prequels, are they fantastic films? No. But you know what they are? Fantastic Star Wars films.
Yeah. I've always said that the prequels, story wise, is a great story. The movies themselves were just executed poorly. But the story, if you just take the basics of the story itself, minus all the other crap that's thrown in there, it's a great story, and that's where I have more appreciation, like what Coach was saying earlier. That's why I have more appreciation for it today than I did, say, 10 years ago.
Listen, at the end of the day, characters can change, stories can change, the technology, all that. But what matters is that the story has continuity. So like I just said, maybe as just films, they aren't the most fantastic thing. But when you watch 1 through 6, you're like, okay, that was a cool story. It all makes sense. It all fits. I see Anakin's story. I see his son's story. This is a beautiful thing. You don't leave angry. You might say, well, I kind of don't understand this, or how come that, or I would have liked this instead, or maybe this, but those are more like production points. As far as like the actual quality of the content, the story itself, I mean, they're great.
Yeah.
So it's like I said, are they fantastic films? Okay, no. Are they fantastic Star Wars films? Yeah, goddamn it, absolutely they are. And that's all at the end of the day that matters. And then you've got Disney that the films suck, period. And then even Star Wars movies. It's just a tragedy.
So true.
Oh man. So yeah, going back to Rogue One, I think it's fun. I think out of all of them, it's what I like the most, but it has problems. And to me, Lucas wasn't perfect, but he didn't have these problems. There wasn't like things of him retconning himself or getting confused. He maybe changed some things from what they used to be, but that's okay because he's God and it's his universe. And if he wanted to change something, like originally the Clone Wars, excuse me, they weren't Boba Fett's. But, he wanted to bring back Boba because so many of us love him. He made them all Boba Fett's. And I'm like, thank you. That's awesome. 10 million Boba Fett's running around. That's all. Everybody loves the Clone Wars and the clones and all. That's Boba Fett, guys. Hello. So it's like people forget that. So originally, I'm sure they weren't Boba Fett's. I can bet my bottom dollar that was not his original plan. They were clones. Obviously, we know about the Clone Wars. But that was later. He said, hey, I can bring in Boba Fett. This is a good way to redeem that character, bring it to the fans, and it makes sense. So he made up Django. He brings in Boba, and there you go. There's all the Clone Wars. So I thought that was really great done. So that kind of thing, sure, Lucas would evolve over time and change things, but it all fits in canon. It all makes sense. It's all true to the story. It's not like, well, let's just pull out the Emperor. I can show you guys the interviews. Not only did Lucas say it, but Ian McDermott said it several times. The Emperor is freaking dead.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And TD15169 said Lucas through Disney was probably going to go with his original treatments for 7 through 9. And that was the other thing when he sold to Disney, and Bob Iger even said in his own book, that Lucas was under the impression that we were going to be using these stories. When he found out that we weren't, he was pretty pissed off about it, and felt betrayed. He understood that they weren't obligated to use them, but he just figured that was just contract talk, like, hey, we're not obligated to use them, but hey, we are going to use them because your stores were buying this from you. And so he was under the impression, regardless of what the contract said, whether they had to use them or not, he was under the impression that they were going to be using his stories. And the fact that they didn't is a travesty.
Something that people generally do not realize is that there was a time when you selling your franchise to Disney was considered a good thing.
Yeah.
That Disney taking something like a Star Wars or whatever is a safe play. They're going to do a good job with it. Disney has changed over the years. Don't forget that Lucas was very close to the late Jim Henson, and Jim Henson had worked for years to try to finalize the deal with Disney for Disney to take the Muppets. Before Jim Henson died, that was his whole thing. He wanted to give it over to Disney for them to take it to places that he could not.
Mhm.
He felt like he took the Muppets as far as they were capable of going, and he knew that Disney could make them go from here to here. And I don't know how Jim Henson would feel today if he was still alive, but Lucas did exactly what his close friend did, and that's go to Disney. That was the logical decision at the time, and I guarantee you today George Lucas regrets this decision.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind of that. And I agree. When Disney, when George first sold it, first of all, I was heartbroken, and I was like, oh no. But then, I thought, and I said, okay, if any one studio has the resources, the actors, the screenwriters, the cameras, the studios, the seamstresses, the special everything, and if you don't have it, you just make a call and you can get the best whoever. You're Disney, and you have a vault. You have Bambi. You have Sleeping Beauty. You're going to respect the shit out of Star Wars. And they did the exact opposite. And it's like, what the hell? I actually was I was worried, skeptical, and scared. But I said, all right, I'm going to give them a fair chance. And then Force Awakens happened, and I said, no, it's gone. I knew it. As soon as I came out, I said, it's gone. It's insane. But I agree that logically you would think Disney will do the right thing here. And going back to what you were saying a second ago, Nick, it was assumed that obviously if they're buying Lucas's property, it's because they want to use his stuff, and they were going to consult him, and they were going to use the script. Duh! Why would you buy the damn script if you're not going to use it? We all presume that, and we know that Lucas did. And then Disney just went and I don't know if we'll ever know why exactly. Was it Kathleen? Was it Robert Iger? Was it them together? Was it? I don't know.
And the thing is, he at the time of selling to Disney, he trusted Kathleen Kennedy. He knew her. He trusted her. He is like, it's going to be in good hands with her at the helm. And even from the interviews from when he sold to Disney, when they were talking about it, she said all the right things.
Yeah.
Characters that
I mean, nobody questioned it. They're like, all right, here we go. We're moving forward. Everybody was excited. That Star Wars magic was coming back. It was the talk of the town. And now it's like the joke of the town. And that's just not Star Wars. Star Wars is a big, huge event. Every time something Star Wars happens, it's a huge event. Like the Tyson Roy Jones Jr. fight coming in September. That's an event. Star Wars, when it comes out, it's like it should be like an event like that. And now it's just like, Nick, when the Rise of Skywalker came out, I went and saw it, but I really didn't care.
Nick, Star Wars was never a event. Star Wars was always the event.
Absolutely.
Okay, it was. You knew when a Star Wars movie was coming out, like everything else is shut down. Forget it.
Yeah.
It's it. It's going to take the box office. It's going to sell the crap ton out of toys. There's going to be lines around the corner. It's going to be a big deal. It's a cultural event.
Yeah.
It's not a movie.
Yep.
Now these are just movies.
That's it.
And damn crappy ones
that nobody talks about after it's nobody's talking about the Rise of Skywalker now.
That's a good point because like just yesterday or today, I posted this stream in a Facebook group, and a guy commented, "Oh, is this another one of those you whining about Star Wars destroyed my childhood videos?" And I replied, I've never made that type of video to begin with, but why don't you go watch The Last Jedi and stop making comments that are not going to do anything? But that's what I notice is when there's something in opposition, there's people that want to comment and make snarky comments and try to defend it. But as far as like on their own talking about how great these movies these were, nobody's doing it.
That was the biggest challenge for us making the documentary.
Or people, like, I have all these toys and I have all this and I know Rey's entire lore and it doesn't exist. Nobody cares about these damn movies.
No.
I think that it's just people that want to trigger other people or just want to go against the grain and be like, yeah, I see that it bothers you, so I'm just going to make snarky comments. One time I saw a guy say, "Oh, I think grumpy old Luke is great." And I was like, nobody believes that. Not even you.
Crazy.
It's just crazy. Disney tipped the cash cow. Yes, they sure did. Tommy, I saw earlier you said something about that. That they manipulated original stories they have acquired, though. Yes. There's a video I've been meaning to put out forever. I just never get back to it. Disney and Disney Plus, Problems, Lies, Sex, and Fails. One of these days, I'm going to put that damn video together and put it out. But it shows a lot of that, like their own movies. Okay, Disney has changed a lot, and they were much better before. But know something: Walt Disney was a Freemason. He was involved in a lot of things. Disney films had a lot of child exploitation. There was nudity. There was racism. Disney's not like this wholesome princess castle thing that a lot of people think.
Yeah.
To begin with. I grew up with Disney and loved it. I saw many things that I liked. I cried to a lot of those movies. I know a lot of them. I'm not some hater that just hates Disney. I grew up and loved the Mickey Mouse. But over the years, you start to grow up and see things and notice things. And yes, Disney has retcon themselves on many things that people are unaware of, including nudity in their films. But it wasn't until really Star Wars, because even the MCU, it wasn't totally perfectly in line with the comics, but has more leeway. Star Wars, you cannot bend the canon. And man, they go all out on Star Wars. They just really just throwing it all out. So yeah, I agree with you that they have done stuff in the past, but never on this scale, never on this like blatant, just path of destruction that they're on.
Well, bro, I just wanted to say thank you for letting me and Nick come on. We're going to have to run here in just a minute.
No worries. Yeah, absolutely.
But we have had such a good time, and we want to do this again. And you come on our channel as well.
Yeah,
sure,
definitely.
Anytime. Like I was telling Nick, I don't really have anybody to talk Star Wars with, so I'm always very happy to do so. Obviously I love the franchise very much, so I could go on for days, no problem.
Well, let's do that some more then. That'd be great.
We need to. I literally am about to be going out of town for like 2 weeks, and so this Saturday night is going to be the last chance I'm going to have a chance to do a live stream, and I think Coach has a disc golf tournament this Saturday.
I won't be at a tournament.
So I don't know when we're going to both be able to do a stream together again, but we'll have to try to get a bunch of people.
Sounds like you need a co-host, Nick.
Yeah. Several several co-hosts. And the thing is, I don't even know if I'm going to even have time to even do it myself this Saturday. Yeah. But our summer schedules are just really crazy. But yeah, next time we have a live stream, we'll have to get you, and we got a lot of other people that we bring on our channel. We'll have to just do a big, huge Star Wars conversation, talk on news, latest event, whatever.
Absolutely.
Sounds good to me. You guys are always more than welcome here on Not My Star Wars. And if you ever need me or want me to come over, just give me a shot. I'm more than happy.
Thank you, bro. That's awesome. Same to you.
I appreciate it.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and jump out. We'll catch you guys later. Nick, I'll talk to you here in just a few. All right.
Yep.
See you Not My Star Wars. Thanks, bro.
Thanks,
Yep,
Coach.
I got to jump out too. And it was good talking to you guys. And
why don't you guys plug yourselves real quick? And if there's anything else you want to mention, and then we'll close up.
I am the coach. We are Echo Base Network. I'm the brains. He's the good looking one. See y'all later.
So the only thing I'll say is nothing on what Coach said was true. but anyways, so yeah, we are Echo Base Network. We primarily focus on Star Wars content, but we do everything pop culture, entertainment wise. So I mean, Coach did a video on Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. fight the other day. I mean, we hit on Cobra Kai, we hit on comic stuff, video games, but Star Wars is are definitely our main focus, but we kind of hit on a little bit of everything. And here lately, we've started doing what we are calling our Echo Base Network retrospective mini docs. So most people know us from our sequel trilogy documentary, and here lately we've been doing mini documentaries on specific things. So our very first one we did on the Battle of Hoth, which we had our guest narrator was Jeff Hicks from World Class Bullshitters. Then we had Robert Pearson, who is our prop guy from across the pond, who did the Palpatine mini doc that we did, and we got several other that were planned out that we're going to be bringing other people from within the Phantom Menace and the community that's going to be guest narrating on these mini docs. And currently we are working on our next big documentary that's going to be narrated by Mauler on LucasArts, the rise and fall of LucasArts. So from the creation of LucasArts all the way to the fall of them, once Disney took over. So it's a lot of good stuff. The script's written, and we're just getting everything together on that, and gonna be sending it over to Mauler for him to start recording. Then we got to start putting it all together, all that good stuff. So
very cool. Awesome. Well, Nick, thank you so much again. Say thanks to Coach. Like I said, if you guys need anything, please just reach out anytime. It's been a lot of
absolutely
fun. Appreciate you guys coming on. Chat, if anybody's around and wants me to hang around and chat a little bit more, I'll stay. So I'll hang out for a couple minutes. If I see some comments, I'll hang out and talk with you guys. If not, I'll close out here in a minute. So Nick, I'll probably hang out here for a minute. I don't know if you want to go off on your own, because I probably won't go straight to the back. But
yeah, that's fine, because I actually got family in town. My brother's actually waiting on me. They got a new camper. I'm getting ready to go on this 2-week trip to Alaska. So I got, and then my sister and her 3 kids are here. Yeah, I'm actually going to jump out, but thank you so much for having us on. We really appreciate it. And we'll definitely have to bring you over onto our channel one night also.
Awesome, man. I'd love to. Anytime. Just let me know. And, again, I can't say thanks enough for you guys coming and talking Star Wars with me.
Yep. All right, chat. Good talking to you guys, and we'll see y'all later.
May the Force be with you, man. Take care.
You too. Later.
All right, Chad, I see a couple of you want me to hang around, so I will. So what's good? Any questions? Anything you guys want to talk about? I'm sure I can ramble on about something Star Wars, but feel free. Ask me anything. If there's any projects you want to see or you have any questions, by all means. I'll take a quick moment to plug my stuff here real quick. So yeah, there's some stuff here, shirts and sweaters and stickers and mugs. Love Echo Base Network. Those guys are great. New sub to your channel. thanks a lot, Turd Burglar. I appreciate it. I'm getting real close to 1,000. It's taking time, but we're getting there. I really want to get to 1,000. Not so much because of monetization. I mean, obviously that helps because I do this. It does cost me time and money to do this, but just because it's a big milestone for a YouTube creator to get to 1,000, and I'm not someone that needs every day for people to say, "Oh, your stuff is great." Not at all. But it is nice to here and there see the people appreciate your work, your stuff, and reaching 1,000 is like a good reminder that you really do need to keep going. Not that I plan on slowing down or stopping anytime soon, but it will be a really nice milestone for the channel. So how am I doing? Well, I'm doing okay. I got a bunch of projects I'm working on. A really cool one that I have coming up is I, of course, saw Empire in theaters when I was a kid. I was 6. But recently it was in theaters around the U.S. and I think in other parts of the country. And I saw it on July 15th at this little theater. And it was just like I remembered. Same emotions, same feelings, same fun. Such a great film. It's not necessarily my favorite Star Wars film, but it's, and nobody can argue that it's an amazing movie. So I'm doing a video basically that is me narrating, and it's I forgot to ask Echo Base. I'll send them an email. That's me narrating, kind of like recounting my experience seeing it again after 40 years. And throughout the video, there's quotes from the film. So I've been reaching out to different creators. I won't say who to keep it a surprise, but I've got most of the characters that I need. There's a few more I need to nail down. So it'll be basically me narrating my recount of seeing Empire and, highlighting certain events. And then there'll be quotes, important quotes throughout the documentary or whatever you want to call it, from different creators doing their voices. And there's, of course, Han, Luke, Leia, Lando, Admiral Priyet, Vader, Yoda, maybe one or two other characters there. So that should be out next few days, maybe a week. And I finished the script yesterday, and I took the time to read it through. It was about an hour. So I guess the video will be about an hour long, and this weekend I should get pretty much everyone's audio files of them doing the voice. Oh, I have the Emperor too. I have a great Emperor. You guys are going to love this. So it's going to be a fun project. And it's, again, me narrating kind of like from my heart what Empire was. And it'll be fun with some people doing the voices. So yeah, it'll be a neat project coming up. Let's see. So yeah, overall I'm doing pretty good. I'm just busy, which is good. What are your thoughts on them removing Plagueis from canon? It irritates. Well, it's like what I said several times in this stream and all. You cannot mess with canon. I guess a point that I didn't get to is that canon is concrete. You can't bend it. You can't budge it. It is what it is. So anything that messes with 1 through 6, here's the thing. Canon is basically film history. Okay? So that's like me saying, I'm going to write a book about Nazi Germany today. But I'm going to write it how I want to and say that Hitler was a nice guy. And that creates 2 problems. 1, you're not telling true history. But 2, right now, everybody would be like, that's wrong. But if it gets printed and it gets recorded, 20, 30, 50 years from now, people are going to read that and say, oh, this is the real history. Hitler was a nice guy. And now history has been totally changed. And that's what's the threat of these new Disney nonsense, is that 20 years from now, your grandkids, your great-grandkids are going to see, Rey. And they're going to think that's what Star Wars is, and it's not. So that's the problem with these types of things, is that when you mess with canon, you are messing with history. You cannot mess with history. If you want to create something new moving forward, fine. I'm pretty sure that all Star Wars fans will agree with me. If you want to create new things in Star Wars, go for it. I have no problem. But you can't disrespect Luke. You can't disrespect Anakin and Leia and all these people. So, Plagueis, being very important, he was the master of Palpatine. He's the whole premise of being able to, whether it was a lie or not, to convincing Anakin that he could save, Padme. Here's another thing, like that gets, you see, talking about history, it gets skewed. Never did Palpatine say that he could make life. What he said is that he could help prevent Padme from dying. He didn't say specifically Padme, prevent death, right? So the Rise of Skywalker goes on some whole other thing with cloning being, like you're prolonging death by cloning. And that's not what was intended. What was intended is that you would have such dark power that you could prevent yourself from dying. And that's part of the problem of being in the dark side, is that the dark side consumes you, not only emotionally and mentally, but it literally deteriorates your body. Whereas on the light side, it gives you life force. That's why Yoda, not only his species, but also his health, his chi, so to speak, is balanced. Therefore, he could live to almost 900 years. Okay, it's not just a species thing. It's also that he's protected and his life essence, his force is continued on for being light side. So, have you ever heard the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Apparently Disney has not. You cannot mess with Plagueis. You cannot decanonize him because he's the whole reason there's Sidious and the whole reason there's Darth Vader. So anything that is inflicting on George Lucas era is not canon. It's not because my opinion or I don't want it to be. It's because you can't just say that Hitler was nice or a good person, because history proved that he is not. And you cannot say that Darth Plagueis is not canon, because history, it is written in stone that he is the master of Darth Sidious. Period. Whether Disney or these Mickey Mouse bots like it or not, Disney, Star Wars is not canon. To further that, something cannot be canon when it contradicts previous canon. You can make new stuff anytime, but when you are infringing and trying to change pre-established rules, lore, laws, characters, stories, then by definition, what you are creating is not canon to begin with. It must fit into the continuity of what was original canon. So to me, when I say Disney Star Wars is not canon, it's not a joke, it's not my opinion, it's not my feelings, it's fact. It's not canon because it is going against the original lore. You cannot go against the original lore because the original lore is history. All right. The secret, and together him and Anakin could rediscover it. Right. Which was another thing that Sidious technically didn't really even know how to do it. Either he was making it up or he knew about it because Plagueis had mentioned it, and he therefore was saying, hey, well, Anakin, if you join me, well, maybe we can figure it out. Now, I've only thumbed through the Plagueis novel, and it was years ago. So I don't know the exact official story there, but I've said it before. As much as I love the EU, the only true official canon is 1 through 6. George Lucas himself has said that many times. So while I respect and love the EU, I support it 1,000%, at the end of the day, if I have to fill in the blank as to Sidious's meaning by reading a Plagueis book, to me, that's not true canon. We have to go by what the movie says. So therefore, again, either Sidious was just straight up making it up, or he had, heard about it, learned about it through Plagueis, but he didn't, at the end of the day, he didn't truly know how to do it. He played Anakin, and Anakin should have seen that. He should have realized that. But, again, he was so emotional, all these things going on. He's trying to save his wife, plus she was pregnant. Remember that. This is another thing that people forget. I mean, obviously we know the twins, but are you really factoring in that he didn't just do this for a woman? He did it for the mother of his children, or child in his eyes. Okay, so you got to remember that. That would pull heavily on any man, especially one with such a what's the word I'm looking for? Troubled past, right? Just like they threw out George himself, said he pulled things from the EU out of. Yeah, absolutely. And George respected and liked the EU. He would sign off on things and check it, but it wasn't his Bible. His Bible was the films. He had his own Bible. There's a famous notebook that he has. Many people have spoken about it, and Renzo recently spoke about it. He has a notebook that has like the true Star Wars lore notes in it. But yeah, Lucas pulled a lot of things out of the EU. He didn't 100% create everything. Furthermore, if you've watched any of the documentaries, he would kind of describe, like, let's say a new alien or a ship, right? But he's not a model maker. So what would happen is ILM would make like 10 different busts of a character. And then Lucas would come in and pick the bust that he liked. Or if there wasn't one that he quite liked, he'd say, hey, well, something like this one, but I need the arch different and this, better. I mean, I literally have these documentaries. So Lucas approved everything and had a vision, but on the same token, he got a lot of input from people, and a lot of people would create things for him, and then he would adopt them. And that also goes with the EU books. Thrawn, although we never see him in a film, and you could say he's not canon, he pretty much is canon. I mean, Lucas was about Thrawn, so yeah. So, in essence, Disney decanonized Lucas's films by throwing out the EU. Well, no. Disney decanonized themselves, ironically. Go back to what I said a minute ago. Once history is established, you can't just to your liking make up new history. Media, propaganda, governments, cults, religions, a lot of entities, corporations try to rewrite history to their benefit. Okay, like Lucasfilm Group. But at the end of the day, true history is true history. Okay, whether we like it or not, a crazy German guy tried to take over the world. And fortunately, there was an alliance of people that got together and stopped him. And I'm saying it that way so that you understand that Star Wars is somewhat that. Vader has a Nazi helmet. The Empire, the alliance that got together and took out that empire. Okay? Lucas pulled on a lot of historical things. Vietnam, World War II, Greek mythology, all kinds of things. So, again, by Disney disregarding history and trying to rewrite it, they decanonized themselves. Because from the get-go, the only way that Disney Star Wars could be canon is if it continued the continuity of what was pre-established. By them choosing to, I don't care if you own it. I don't care if you slap Star Wars on it. History is history. Facts are facts. So the second that you tried to do something different, you decanonized yourselves. That's how stupid Disney is. The Plagueis novel was great. That's what I hear. From what I remember, it was very cool. And everybody says it's fantastic. So by all means. 6 times. Wow. He said his movies were prime canon and everything else. Yes, exactly. And again, that's not him saying like, oh, the rest doesn't matter. I don't care. But he did say, listen, at the end of the day, the only true 100% canon is the films. All the other stuff is like extra. That's why it's called the expanded universe. Okay, so I love that stuff. I think he appreciated it. I mean, he could have, remember, he owns it. He owned it all. So he could have at any time said, nope, you're not writing any novels. This is my story is my story. But no, that's not what he did. He said, hey, go ahead, expand it, make other things. He was okay with it. It's just that, at the end of the day, the movies were what it was. What is that old saying? History is written by the winners, whether it's true or false. Unfortunately, this still holds true today. It applies to exactly. People are always going to try to skew things to their benefit. Well, I shouldn't say all people and are always going to, but yes, those that have the most to gain tend to do so. Speaking of the crazy German guy, imagine had he won or was in power longer. He would have started writing books, right? They were burning books. Why? Because he was going to start writing books saying how great he was. Imagine how different history would have been if he had conquered and started putting out media and propaganda. Right now, we would have grown up like Hitler was Jesus, you know? And it's not what it is. So, you know, you cannot mess with history. Part of why, you know, I'm a day one Star Wars guy, so this is why this stuff really drives me nuts. But I'm also a historian and a researcher. So, you know, I look at this from all angles, and it's like it's total BS. You can't do this. You can't freely choose and pick and do what you want. That's not how it works. History is history. So again, I'll say it because it's so funny. Disney decanonized themselves. Let's see. Did I miss any questions? Horror Nation. Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a cool little video. It'll have screenshots and some video clips from Empire. So it won't just be my narration, but it's not animated because I don't know any animators, and plus that takes time. But there'll be some scenes from the film. I have to, you know, I can only do so much because of copyright stuff. But there'll be some key scenes and plenty of screenshots and a couple other little pictures of stuff there I'll put in. But yeah, it's going to be a fun project. I think it's going to be pretty cool. What was this? Because of it, I wound up getting invited to the panel to discuss. Oh, because of the Plagueis? Yeah. Again, I can't say too much because I don't know that novel by heart. So it's not fair for me to say too much because, you know, I don't know it. But I know enough about Plagueis, and again, the films, to know that them attempting to decanonize him is just plain stupidity. You can't do that. You know, Sidious doesn't even like infer it. He literally says, "Do you know the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise?" You know, and while he kind of goes around the conversation, he literally is saying, "That was my master. I killed him, and I learned his way. Just before I killed him, I learned how to preserve life." So, did I miss any other questions here? I see there's about 7 of you in here. Come on, guys, ask me questions. What do you got? If not, I'll try to find something to enter. Let's see what's been going on. What can I talk about? You know, the Disney movies are screwed up when none of the actors want to be in them. I have been a Star Wars fan for over 40 years. Throughout my life, people that weren't even involved in Star Wars would publicly say, "I would give anything to be in a Star Wars movie. Anything. I'll sweep the floor, an extra, whatever." Now you've got the lead protagonist of the most recent films that want nothing to do with the films. That should really tell you how bad, the situation is. That they really screwed it up, didn't they? A lot of parallels of what he did and today's culture. Cancel nuts. Yeah. I mean, that's also true. All too true. You know, I don't and I won't get in too much into politics on Not My Star Wars, but that's a lot of what the left is doing right now. Is they're kind of wanting to appropriate and erase things to their benefit. and kind of make things look a certain way. I don't vote because to me, all of them are jokers. Okay. Again, I don't want to get too much or too deep into it, but I'll touch on this stuff a little bit. You elect a president. You do not select a president. Think about that. Why are there polls? Just like Coke and Pepsi. You're not choosing the cola, the name, the flavor. You're giving 2 sodas and you're choosing between what they give you to choose. Okay? Think about that. That's why there's polls, political polls, because they're testing what the population kind of goes with. At the end of the day, the powers that be don't care if it's Hillary or Obama or Trump. What they care about is what most people will go along with. So you do not select a president. We don't choose who we want to be president. We elect amongst the choices that are given to us. So I don't bother voting because no matter who you vote for, it's all the same game. It's all just a bunch of lies. I have pictures, and you can find pictures of Hillary, Obama, Biden, Trump, and all of them having dinner and laughing together. They all laugh at us behind closed doors. They all go play golf together. They all go to dinners and events together. I'm not saying they're best friends. I'm not saying they share everything and they're all embedded with each other. But they all behind the scenes work for the same thing, the United States corporation. Again, I don't want to go too much into that, but if you want to research some of that stuff, the United States is a corporation. 1879, it was incorporated. Look up Maritime Admiralty law. Okay, that will explain a lot of what I'm talking about. So, again, I don't want to get too much into that with not my Star Wars, but yes, there's a lot of what's going on is to erase the past and create their own type of future. And it's not just the liberals or the left. It's all kinds of interests, corporate, government. All I'm saying is don't always look at things so literally, because in the big picture, they're all on the same team and we're the rats in the maze. Okay, they're playing all of us. They're just finding different ways to do it and to divide us. I don't trust them either. So some people say, oh my God, you're crazy. You don't vote. So then therefore you can't, you know, that's why we have this president or the other. Again, to me, they're all the same. So what difference does it make? And second of all, I don't support Trump, but there's things that I do agree with. He's not nearly as terrible as most people paint him. Is he great? Is he perfect? No, not at all. He's an idiot a lot of the times. But he's not that dumb. He became the president of the United States. So sometimes people say, like, he's such an idiot. Well, but he's your president. So how smart are you then? Anyways. Do you think the rumors about Lucas coming back as an advisor are true? Well, I think at this point, anything's possible. I think that Disney, like any corporation, at the end of the day, isn't going to care about my opinion or yours. What they care about is money. And no matter how much people are like, oh, make Solo 2 happen, or I love the sequel trilogy, there's no money. Solo lost money. Disney is not going to make movies that you want. Disney is going to make what they think is going to make the most money. They tried the path of disregarding George Lucas, and now they're all but bankrupt. Disney's in big, big trouble. More than $20 billion in debt. More than $20 billion in debt. Can you fathom that? That's like a country. So they're desperate. Now, I'm not saying that Disney has any logic or that they're going to do the right thing, but I'm a pretty smart guy. And if I owned Disney, I'd be saying, well, do I hold on to my ego? Do I hold on to the 1,500 fans that like Rey? Or do I go back to the millions of people that for 40 years have been buying toys and posters and hats and mugs and stickers and notebooks and towels and sheets and just on and on and on? Do we make the movies that the old fans want and blow out the box office and have? Remember, I was just showing you guys lines around the corner. If you ever watch my Skywalker Legacy video, you're going to see lines for blocks down the road to see Star Wars. So from a business standpoint, and again, I'm not saying that Iger or any of them have any logic or brains, but I'm just saying if I owned Disney, first of all, I wouldn't have created this mess. Some of you already know that. But even if I had attempted to try something different, at this point, I would say, man, I give up. I've white flag. I screwed up. I got to just say I'm sorry and start over and do the right thing here. If for nothing else, to put money back into the vault, forget my pride. I'm looking at losing. Okay, here's something that people forget. Disney is $1 trillion company. And some people might not understand that because right now, especially, they're pretty much bankrupt. But what I'm saying is Disney was first came around like 1924, I believe it was. Okay. So from 1924 to 2020, $1 trillion has gone through the Disney vaults. That I can promise you. Okay. Our bank account. Not all at once. I'm just saying that in receipts, Disney has made over $1 trillion. Promise you. Bambi, Snow White, Frozen, MCU. I mean, start doing the math. It's going to add up pretty quickly. Okay? Now, how many Mickey Mouse ears have they sold? How many $20 sporks have they sold? How many, Minnie Mouse towels and, Mulan stuffed plushies? And, you see what I'm saying? So Disney has sold since 1924, massive amounts of products and media. Plus cruises, hotels, the parks bring tremendous, for those that don't know, Disney's lifeline is the parks. The movies are change. The parks are what drive and maintain Disney. So forget about this year. Think about since I think it was like 1950 when Disneyland was built. It's been a while since I looked at it, so I don't remember, but it's somewhere around there. So imagine since 1950-ish to today, how much money just one park made. Then you got Disney World. Then you got Tokyo, and there's a Europe. I think there's a Russia. I mean, there's Shanghai, right? So Disney has seen $1 trillion since 1924. Now I'm kind of forgetting my point to that. But for a company that has that much power, that much money, that much influence, to now be negative in billions, and yet you own Star Wars, Marvel, Fox, and you're in negative? So then that tells me, again, I would have done this right from the beginning. But if I was them and I was looking at everything right now, I'd be like, man, we got to give in. We got to turn this thing complete 180 because, this is a mess. So going back to your question, I think at this point, Disney doesn't really have much of a choice. They're on the brink of literally being bankrupt. Now, one, they're also having legal problems as a monopoly, so they might get broken up anyways. They might get forced to start selling properties. But then, two, you compound that with the pandemic and that they're losing massive amounts. They are hemorrhaging millions and billions of dollars. So at this point, Disney's probably smartest move, because let's pretend Lucas comes in tomorrow and they totally turn 180 and they're going to fix Star Wars. They can't even go into production for like the next year. Then it takes time to film and write and edit and promote. And so even if today they brought in Lucas, reconfigured everything, and started on the Star Wars film, you're still not going to get a Star Wars film for like the next 2 years. Minimum. Disney could be totally bought off by someone else by that point. So then what is that going to force them? It's going to start to force them to sell properties. They're going to have to sell off Lucasfilm and or Marvel or Fox. I don't know why they bought Fox. Iger, like, that's his biggest failure. He spent massive amounts on Fox, and they've done nothing with it. So they're at this point where they kind of don't have a choice. Either they're going to have to start selling stuff, or they're going to have to make a major correction. Because if you at Disney don't see the problem and are going to continue down this path, then you've already spelled your own doom. By the way, you know, like, there's these Lando rumors and all this stuff going on. First of all, remember that they're rumors, guys. A lot of people are getting wound up about Lando, and it's like, it's not confirmed. Also, remember that Disney puts out a lot of these rumors. Why? It's free marketing. It's free market testing. So what they'll do is they'll put out these rumors, and I'm not saying that even to specific people like Doomcock. I want to believe that Doomcock's sources are guys that work at Lucasfilm that are leaking stuff without Lucasfilm knowing. I think that's a more personal thing. I have no clue. But I'm just saying that's how I interpret it, is that someone at Lucasfilm is directly contacting Doomcock behind the scenes. What I'm talking about is Disney their PR department will put out a rumor. Let's see how they react to a Lando show. Let's see how they react to Boba Fett showing up in The Mandalorian, these types of things. And then they let it marinate for a week or two and see how everybody reacts. Do we like it? Do we not? How many people bitch about it? How many videos come out about it? They do this on purpose. They're trying to see how people are going to react. It's funny to me that they have to do that for a few reasons. Number one, it's like, are you so clueless that you have to do this? Number two, why don't you just contact a few of us real fans that have known this stuff for 40 years and shut up and listen to us and do what the hell we tell you? I'm not perfect. I don't claim to know every last thing about Star Wars. I've never directed or written a film. But let me tell you guys, if they brought me into Lucasfilm and said, okay, we want you to oversee everything and make sure the shit's on point, then believe me, that shit's going to be on point. There's not going to be any of this breaking canon or lore or mess. They're going to respect the property. So, you know, it's very simple. And I'm not even saying it's about me. There's a million other guys like me that have been around for the whole Star Wars saga. They know this very well, and they love it very much, and they would make sure things get done correctly. So, maybe part of your question is, how do I feel about it? Well, for me, and I've mentioned this in other streams with you, Horror Nation, if you gave me the keys, the first thing I would do is call George Lucas to have no mistake. That's the first. I would beg George Lucas, say, please, bro, I have control. We'll do exactly what you want. Let's get this thing right. Let's fix this for the fans, for your legacy, for everybody. Let's bring Star Wars back your way. You're the boss, whatever you need. That's the first thing. Now, let's say Lucas is like, nah, I'm done. Well, then I already told you, Horror Nation, and I'll say it here. I'm wiping it all out, and I mean all of it. All of it. Clone Wars, Rebels, Resistance, Mandalorian, sequel trilogy, Solo, Rogue One, poof, like Thanos. It's all gone. I do not tolerate breaking canon. I do not tolerate disrespect of my heroes and my story, or Lucas's story. So that's the first thing I would do. Publicly apologize, publicly decanonize, and poof, all that crap. Now, I have a big heart. So while my first instinct is to literally go into the Disney vault with a can of gas and burn all that shit, what I would do is I would officially call it non-canon and say, okay, this stuff is not official Star Wars, but we understand that a lot of you do like it, and we're going to maintain this stuff so that those that did like Rebels, you can continue to like Rebels. I don't know how you do. It's nonsense, but whatever. If you like Rebels, okay, I'll be nice. You can have your little Rebels. You can have your little season 7 of Ahsoka retcon that's supposed to be dead by Order 66 going on and doing all her nonsense. Just for the fun of it, just because you guys like it, okay, fine, I'll leave it. But it's not canon. It's been officially moved to Legends. Okay, that's the first thing. You're going straight to Legends, just like you did to us with the EU. Guess what? All your Disney, all of it, Mandalorian, all of it, Legends. It's not official. It's there for those of you that want to enjoy it. No problem. If you want to buy Baby Yoda toys, great, better for the company. It's not canon. And then, of course, like I've said before, I would start all over. Either make Lucas's, my first instinct would be make Lucas's trilogy. If not, something, either beg Mark Hamill to come back and make a, see, here's the problem. We've lost Leia now. So either we would have to do some ILM digital magic to try to make her fit into a new sequel trilogy, or one solution is make a Luke Skywalker movie. Erase the sequel trilogy, bring back Luke one last hurrah. We get to see the badass Grandmaster Luke, as he so deserves. You can bring in Han, you can bring in Chewie, you can bring in R2, and basically, 2 hours of him just kicking ass. And when I say kicking ass, yeah, physically, I want to see him striking people down, striking Sith down. But on the same token, seeing him on a different plane, on a not a different plane, but a different level mentally, like a Yoda, wise. That he's, because to become a Grand Master, it's not that you're just like to become a better fighter, it's because you have a greater understanding of the Force. So that Luke, is like a monk, not a hermit, but a monk. Okay, a hermit is almost like a homeless person, forced into that. A monk is someone that has chosen to live that type of solidarity and higher level of awareness, of consciousness, of, right? So you could very easily make a, good 2-hour film, Luke whooping ass, mentally, physically. And then at the end of it, kind of like what I said earlier, like, man, I'm just too old for this. And then you introduce Finn or Rey or whoever, whatever character is fine. And, then he passes on the torch. But you pay Luke his proper respects, and Han and Leia and everybody else. And then you pass it on. And, okay. So erase this trilogy because it's disrespectful and non-canon. You reestablish Luke as the hero that he's supposed to be. And then you pass it on. And then Disney can do whatever the hell they want. None of us care if 50 years from now there's some new hero. But we do care when you're making Anakin look like a worthless fool. We do care when you got Han or Luke drinking green titty milk. Come on. It's disrespectful. It's not even funny. I mean, it's like straight, like slapping you in the face, disrespectful. So, my first choice would always be Lucas. I would literally beg him to come back. Please fix this mess. You got full reign, whatever you need. You've got Disney Studios 1,000% backing behind you. Anything you need. Please make your films, fix the canon, do whatever you need. Another thing I would do if I was in charge is clean house of Lucasfilm. And when I say that, not necessarily every last employee, like Ben Bird, I'd make the number one audio guy again. I don't know what the hell is going on there. But a lot of these new people, like this Andy Gutierrez, oh Lord, you're one of the first getting canned. How dare you? How dare you disrespect the fans like you have? And you call yourself a Star Wars fan. A Star Wars fan would never do that. Period. So, yeah. Do I think it's true? Well, it's hard to say. I don't know. I don't have a source for that. I can't say. My gut says that Disney doesn't really have a choice. And that they have half a brain. And there's only one remedy to this problem. And that's Luke. Because, okay, let's say they decanonize stuff and they just erase it. Then what? They've shown us they don't know what to do with Star Wars. So what are they going to do? 3 more stupid films? Right? So they know that they have to go beyond just decanonizing, that they need to find a serious remedy. And there's only one remedy to this problem. George Lucas. Now, does George Lucas literally direct and be involved in the films? Well, I don't know. That depends on his interest of capacity. But if nothing else, he has to be the overseer, and he has to okay everything, and he has to, guide the ship. Because anything short of that is just going to become phony, baloney. Yeah, Filoni would get. I wouldn't fire Dave, but I would give him a real strong slap on the wrist and be like, "What the hell are you doing, dude? You're gonna get back to what the hell you're supposed to have been doing this whole time, or I will fire your ass," because he knows better. Retconning George Lucas. How dare you, Dave? And that's a guy that truly knows the stuff. You know, that's one thing I'm never deny that Dave Filoni knows. Well, I use that loosely because he doesn't know, because there's times that even actors and people are like, dude, that's not right. He's made mistakes. He doesn't know it. But he knows a lot, more than the average person, sure. And I think he does love Star Wars, but not as much as he loves his paycheck and keeping his job. See, this is something I was going to mention with Echo Base earlier. That part of the problem, guys, is that even the old Lucasfilm people, they want to keep their jobs. And it's hard to walk away from probably a pretty good paycheck and benefits and saying that, I work at Lucasfilm. Right? It would be hard for any of us to want to walk away from that. So I kind of understand. But on the same token, I'm a person of principles and morals. Okay, so to me, the second that they were starting to do all this monkey mess with Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill should have been like, "I'm out. Sue me. Take my paycheck. Dude, I'm not going to buy in and portray Luke Skywalker this way. I'm not going to destroy my own image. Are you serious?" And he publicly said it. There's plenty of interviews and plenty of instances where he was saying, like, that's not Luke, this is Jake Skywalker. A lot of us have seen that. But yet he went through with it. Right? He ended up still doing the movies and doing what Rian Johnson. I have a clip of behind the scenes from The Last Jedi of Luke when he sees the Jedi Temple burning. Maybe some of you have seen this. He's on his knees crying, guys. Not acting. Crying from heartbreak that he's having to do the scene. But yet he went through these movies and did this crap. So, in a sense, you could say it's George Lucas's fault for selling it, but it's really everybody else's fault for going through with this crap. Because Luke should have said no, or Mark Hamill, Han, all of them should have said, "This is not Star Wars. We're not doing this." They all should have just walked away and boycotted it. So, what's going to happen? Nothing. What can Lucasfilm do? If Disney lawyers wanted to come after them, okay, they all go to the media and they all say, "Listen, we're refusing to do these movies because they're just respecting the story." And now Disney looks like a big freaking buffoon. You see? The power was in Lucasfilm and the actors. Ultimately, it's in the fans' hands because we're the ones that buy this stuff. But do you understand what I'm saying? Is that had Hamill and the old school John Knoll and all these guys at Lucasfilm had said, "No, Kathleen, this is not Star Wars. We are not going to do this." I know they all were like, "Well, then I'll get fired." But what is Lucasfilm going to do when everyone's fired? When the entire cast of Star Wars, and this also falls on John Boyega, Daisy Ridley, Oscar Isaac, all of them should have said, "No, this is not correct. We're walking off the set." What is Disney going to do? Disney has no choice. They have to give in. Right? If Lucasfilm walks out and the cast walks out, what are they going to do? They have to fire Rian Johnson. They have to rewrite the script, and they have to do Star Wars properly. You're going to respect Luke Skywalker. But they all caved. They all took that paycheck. And, I don't hate them. I understand. Those are 7 figures, and you're in a Star Wars movie. But me, personally, as much as I have principles and I love Star Wars, I would have said, "No, I'm walking off the set. Go ahead, make the movie without me." And then when all the fans say, "Well, how come Mark Hamill's not Luke Skywalker?" Then, well, I'm not part of the film, so fuck your NDA, and I'm going to tell the world because you guys wanted to disrespect Luke Skywalker. And then you see the movie, they disrespect Luke Skywalker, and you see that Mark Hamill walked off of it. How good is Disney going to look then? How many tickets are they going to sell when everybody finds out that Mark Hamill walked off the set and refuses to be Luke Skywalker? How many tickets are they going to sell, guys? They barely sold any with him. So at the end of the day, the cast and the crew had power here, and they chose to play it safe, keep their jobs, get a paycheck. I understand, but, I'm me. I would have walked right off that damn thing. You think Lucas was still bitter about the original Kenner deal and he held some rights to Star Wars characters? It's hard to say what's going on in George's mind. To be fair, most of his life has been Star Wars. He hasn't had any freedom or peace. People shredded him over the prequels. He has a wife and kids that he wants to spend time with. He wants to make other movies. He wants to make his museum. He wants to do other things. So I can't blame him. Star Wars is very consuming, especially when you do it right. Each of those movies took 3 years. So to do a trilogy is 10 years of his life. That's a decade. That's a big part of your human life. So, his kids didn't want to take it, which I think is also a travesty. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Why wouldn't you want to take Lucasfilm? What the hell's wrong with you, kid? Even if you don't want to make Star Wars movies, oversee the damn thing. Be the president. I mean, what is wrong with you? But, we look at it from our side. Imagine being the owner of Star Wars. The amount of media and press and paparazzi and people up your ass asking you questions, the same questions over and over and over for the past 15, 30 years, So we see it from our perspective, but we got to also remember theirs. I still say Lucas shouldn't have sold it. He should have maintained ownership and just put someone else as the president. And if that president was screwing up, okay, you fire them and put in a new president. Why would you sell it when you can make your own movies with it? When you can still maintain the authority over your creation? That's the most important thing. Why do you need Disney to do more with it? Here's the thing that baffles me, okay? Like Lucas said, well, but Disney can do the parks and all that. George Lucas, do you not realize that if you said, I'm going to build a Star Wars park with a Millennium Falcon roller coaster and, pod races and Darth Maul running around the streets, swinging around his lightsaber, you don't think people would come from all over the world in droves to go to Star Wars land? Forget Disney. I'm talking about like its own. He buys a piece of land and makes Star Wars world. You would make your money back in the first month, dude. So what? You put out some money. You would get investors. You would get all kinds of help and support. Just the fans themselves would go and volunteer to help build the damn thing. So it's just, in a way, it's baffling. Like, why would you do this? But a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. He's tired. I can sympathize. Star Wars is no small task, Trying to think of what else has been going on lately. Oh, I heard now they're claiming that Obi-Wan is going to start filming, I think it was March 2nd. Okay. See, this is the thing with these rumors and these articles. Okay, first of all, y'all know that a lot of that stuff is clickbait. But as a researcher, it baffles me that people don't think. I'm going to give you another example first. Ahsoka Tano. Rosario Dawson is going to be Ahsoka Tano. And everybody got crazy about it. And now you've got even podcasts, I won't mention their name, but they're like, yeah, we know that she's in it. She just doesn't want to say it because of NDA. She's not going to say it. Okay. I agree that she may not be able to say it. But if she's denying it, Obviously, she's not in the damn show, guys. Do your research. She literally says, I can show you the interview, that it's not confirmed that if it happens, it's because the internet, the fans made it happen. And she's like, I wish that it would happen, but it's not confirmed. She's literally telling you she has not penned the deal, that she's not in the show. But yet everybody wants to run off with Ahsoka Tano's in The Mandalorian. No, she's not. You have to also use your brain. They announced like 2 months before that Rosario Dawson thing that they've wrapped filming The Mandalorian season 2. So how is she going to be in season 2 announced later when they already finished the damn season? Use your brain. Could she be in season 3? Could they work something out? Could it be because so many fans want her, they make a deal? Sure. Could she someday be in The Mandalorian or have a show? Sure. I like Rosario Dawson. I think she's a hottie. I think she could be a cool Ahsoka. I got no problem or beef or anything against it. But I also have a brain. So, I'm trying to remember what I was going to tell you before. So, yeah, you see these rumors. Obi-Wan. Okay, so use your brain, guys. They're saying, well, they're going to start filming. All right. What do you need to begin production? A script. Hello. The last official news was that Kennedy was not happy with the script and that she scrapped them and they're rewriting them. So if the show were truly about to go into production, what would be the first announcement? That the scripts were completed and approved, and they are not, because they're still scrambling and don't know what they're going to do with Obi-Wan. So anyone that believes that show is going to start filming in March 2nd, I hate to burst your bubble, it ain't. Not to mention that all of Hollywood is shut down for at least like the next 9 months to a year. It ain't going to happen. That show is probably not even going to ever happen. You do realize it's been 7 years they've been talking about the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. 7 years. It takes you 7 years to decide to make an Obi-Wan Kenobi show, but yet you made Solo. That show is canceled indefinitely until otherwise confirmed that they even have a script. Don't believe the nonsense that they're going into production, because they're not. Cassian Andor is another loosey-goosey nonsense. Nobody even wants to see that show, and people are like, oh, you're going to start pre-production and they're doing this and that. No, Hollywood is shut down, guys. All of it is shut down. The reason we're going to get season 2 of Mandalorian is because they had already wrapped literally right before the pandemic became a problem and they started shutting everything down. So all they had to do was post-production, editing and titles and all that stuff. So at that point, people can work at home. But to have filmed and produced The Mandalorian Season 2, they had to have crew on a set. That show just dodged the bullet and got done wrapping production before things went down. And now, at home and in different studios, they can do the post-production, no problem. That's why we're going to get Season 2, because if it was for like another few weeks or a month, that show would have been pushed back for another year as well. So while Season 2 of Mandalorian just made it and is going to be coming out, Season 3, you know what's going to happen is Season 2 is going to come out, and now we're going to have to wait a whole year before Season 3 starts production, which means then another like 6 months. So probably Season 3 is going to become like a Westworld, where you got to wait 2 freaking years for the next season. I hate that crap. Now, these studios have so much money and power. They could be making shows like this. I hate it when they do these 2-year breaks in shows. It makes me crazy. Anyways, so know that everything's shut down. And we don't even know when things are going to come back yet. But even if tomorrow they said, okay, the pandemic's over, everybody can come back, they got to rehire people. They got to reallocate things. Disney's all out of money. Mandalorian costs $15 million per episode, right? 15. So Disney doesn't have money to be throwing around. And then this is what makes all of this stuff even funnier to me. They can barely keep their lights on, but they're going to be making Solo 2, Lando show, Cassian show, Obi-Wan show, Mandalorian, Ahsoka Tano, Hayden Christensen. They're gonna have to pay him to come back because they're gonna have Vader and Obi-Wan. Come on, guys, don't be foolish. Disney can barely keep on the lights right now. None of that shit is happening. It's all rumors. It's all just put out there to get you hyped and to see how people are going to react. Because just like you're stuck at home and I'm stuck at home, so is everyone at Disney and Lucasfilm. And yes, authors and scriptwriters can sit at home and write, but that doesn't mean that anything's being made. There's nothing in production. Even if Bob Iger reads a script and says, okay, we got the money, we'll go, green light. Nobody can go to work. So even if you wanted to, even if you could get the approval, you know what's going to be real telling, by the way? August 4th is the third quarter Disney stockholder. And this is going to be the big one, because now this is the one that after everything shut down. Oh boy, the number's going to be abysmal. I can't wait to hear their quarterly report, because they publicize it. You can see it in print, but you can also listen to the live stream where Iger and probably Chapek will be there as well. We'll talk for a few minutes, kind of update you on everything that's going on, and then they have investor questions. Oh boy, is this one going to be the most monumental and historic, literally the most historic shareholder meeting in all of Disney history because of this pandemic. You're going to see, the numbers. You're going to see really what's what, because I know for a fact there are 22 billion in debt. Now it could be much more, but what I'm saying, what I have receipts for that I can prove for a fact is 22 billion. I've heard 50, I've heard 30 something, I've heard all kinds of numbers, but that I can right now prove to you with the receipts is 22 billion. Okay. So, I believe it's August 4th. Look up, WaltDisneyCompany.com, I believe it is. Don't go Disney.com, WaltDisneyCompany.com, and you'll see, you can find the investor calls. That one is, I'll probably do a video because I just know it's going to be, it's going to be great. And it's going to be probably the most important shareholder meeting of Disney history, because they are in dire straits and we're going to see the real numbers. We're going to really see, speaking of that, remember Disney was on this big high in January, like, Rise of Skywalker capped it off and we made $11 billion off of movies. And then the pandemic came and wiped all of that out. They're not selling any toys. People aren't going back to see the movies. People aren't buying the Blu-rays. So like all that high and all that stuff that they had made, it just all went poof. It all negated itself. Also remember that they're saying they made $11 billion. Yeah, that's what the box office number is, but that's not what they made. Here's an example. The Last Jedi original budget was something like $330. As of late, I'm seeing them listing it as $275. Okay. Then The Rise of Skywalker, they're listing at $275. Okay, so let's talk about that. First of all, the last episode of the Skywalker saga that has so many re-edits and refilming, that they changed things, that they threw in Palpatine at the last moment, that they did all this stuff. That movie, not only just by virtue of all the mistakes in production and changes, but also because it's the last movie, they're going to throw the most money and effort at it. Would have cost considerably more than The Last Jedi. So just by having a brain and common sense, we know for a fact that The Rise of Skywalker cost more than $275 that what The Last Jedi cost. Okay? It probably cost them upwards of $400 million. They won't admit that. Their budget listed as $275. We'll play their game. $275. You have to 2 or 2.5 times that for marketing. So now we're talking about $550, $600 million. That movie just scraped by $1 billion. What's $1 billion minus $600 million? Okay, so that movie made really about $300 to $400 million. Plus, it's not selling any toys or comics or media guides or stickers or anything else. Plus, Disney doesn't keep all the box office. They have to share it with the theater. And they have to pay actors and caterers and stuntmen and crews and all this stuff. So Disney didn't make $11 billion. The box office numbers were $11 billion. They probably made half of that because all their films, they have to pay double for the marketing and all these other costs. So Disney really made about $5 billion, $6 billion. On the record books, it comes up as $11 billion. And yes, it was a record year. And I still give them the props for that. It is huge, you know. But they're not really making that. It's not going in Mickey's pocket, guys. So, well, that's a good one, Horror Nation. I'll get to it in a second. My point is that everything that Disney, the ground that Disney claimed they made, and that the Disney cuckoo bots think that Disney's making money off of Star Wars. No, they didn't. And the little bit of money that they didn't make, they just totally lost it because of the pandemic. Solo could have been something good, but not sure it would have done well, even with a better script. We all love Han Solo. He's one of the greatest characters of all time. Not just Star Wars. Like, people love Han freaking Solo. He's not my favorite, but I love Han Solo. But not myself, and not anybody on this earth wanted a Han Solo movie. What genius came up with this Solo movie? Harrison Ford himself is in an interview with George Lucas with that twerp from Star Wars show or whatever. And he asked Harrison Ford, "Are you excited to see the Solo movie?" And Harrison Ford says, "No, not really." Lucas is just laughing. Nobody wanted it. We all love Han Solo. And if they would have done a cool film about him, none of us would have been mad. We'd love him. Great. But it wasn't necessary, and we didn't ask for it. Which is ironic, because for years, Lucas had been talking about a Boba Fett film. I don't know why they didn't just do the damn Boba Fett film. But not only did they can the film, then they come up with a generic Boba Fett, The Mandalorian, instead of just making a Boba Fett show with an established character that everybody loved. Well, not everybody's a fan of him, but, you know, millions of people love Boba Fett. He's got a massive backing, Boba Fett. You could have written off of his lore, his name, his image, his, you know, fans. Instead, you make a generic half-ass, always on his butt, getting his butt whooped, goofball Mandalorian. I mean, it's arguable. If it had a brilliant script, maybe it would have been a good movie, right? But when nobody wanted it to begin with, it was unnecessary. You know, I just think there's more compelling characters. I'm a Boba Fett guy, so I'm biased, but still, I think most people would have rather seen Boba Fett than a Solo story. And there's plenty of other people. They could have made a Plagueis. They could have made a Mara Jade. They could have Asherad Hit. I mean, there's just thousands of lords. Revan, Bane. I mean, it goes on and on and on. They could have done so many stories and characters. Why do you think Rian Johnson got off Twitter? He didn't get off Twitter. He got removed. Okay. One of two things happened, and this is a fact. Either he got hacked, like everybody else did that day, and the people that hacked him think he's a dickhead, like we all do, and said, boop, Thanos, you're out of there. Bye, dick. That's probably what happened. What I think happened is that Disney is reevaluating everything, just like this Lucas thing. And they are saying to everyone that had slick-ass comments to the fans that, hey, that wasn't so smart. You should probably delete all those tweets because we need to start getting on our knees and blowing the fans right now for them to come back to us. So I'm pretty sure they pressured him and said, look, dude, if you ever, never mind a trilogy, if you have any hope of doing any kind of Star Wars anything, you need to cut that crap out and delete all those tweets, because we can't have you. Here's the thing that befuddles me. Imagine if, like, the president of Nike was like, well, I don't give a damn if you don't like the new LeBrons. They're not for you. You're a crybaby. What? LeBron, Nike, all of that would be canceled like in 10 seconds. And Nike would just, their stocks would plummet. Like, no company has the right or the brain. Well, I mean, it's their company. They have every right to do what they want. But no company should ever chastise its fans. Ever. It's okay to make a little joke, maybe, just kind of tease something, but in good humor. But, you know, you attacking Man Baby Tears and just crossing out Luke Skywalker and calling people these names, it's not smart business, guys. I don't care if you're Ben & Jerry's, Nike, or Disney, or Lucasfilm. It's not wise to chastise your fans. So I'm pretty sure that Bob Iger and other execs at Disney said, listen, Ryan, this shit is out of hand. We've lost literally half of our fans. And we're about to go bankrupt. So you need to cut this shit out and delete that Twitter and those tweets. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Is Disney right now is doing damage control. We're starting to clean stuff up. And Rian Johnson was one of the biggest problems they've got. They know their two biggest problems, just like we do. Kathleen Kennedy and Rian Johnson. It's not a mystery. It's not a surprise. We all know that's what it is. So, if Doomcock's rumors are true, then Kathleen's already been removed from power, and now they're trying to clean up Ryan's mess. Rian Johnson is a blue checkmark Hollywood director. If he truly wanted his account back, Twitter that day would have somehow restored it or found it or whatever. Not only does he not have any tweets, but I don't think he even has control over his own Twitter. Because if he had control of his own Twitter, that he would, Rian Johnson, his ego, he would tweet on there, ha, I got my account back, see? And I just checked it today. It's still, excuse me, not there. So that means they wiped his ass. They order 86 Rian Johnson. So, you know, he can play the little, well, I'm going to tweet from the Knives Out for now until I get my account back. That was, 2 weeks ago now? He ain't coming back. I mean, he could make a new Twitter, but the Rian Johnson smart-ass mouth guy that was on Twitter, that's gone. Somebody had to talk with him. Here's when I was talking about nearly 50 billion. Okay. I can't click it right now, but I'll check it out. Thanks for sending it to me. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of numbers. And again, we're going to see August 4th, guys. We're going to see the numbers. We're going to see the stock market report. We're going to be able to hear the live stream where the CEOs have to report to the investors. It's not an option. They have to do this. And they publicize it. It's on, not on paper, but on the site. I mean, you will see the figures. They can't lie about it. It's there. And we're going to see really where Disney, boy, our video is going to get made. But I'll check it out. Thanks, Tommy. Yep, that's mine. RJ probably got bullied by Star Wars fans as a kid, and that's what. Yeah, you know what? That's very possible. Either he never really saw Star Wars. See, this is the thing that's unclear: is did he make that train wreck because he truly is clueless, or is it like something you said that he felt bullied or left out, and this is like his revenge? Like, well, I'm just gonna recreate it in my vision and redo it and tear down the things that they love. Whatever the motive, it was just plain stupid, not only for Disney, for the franchise, money-wise, but but also for Ryan. I mean, how can you think this is good for your career? That your resume will say, you know, let's say you've got 10 Emmy-winning movies, but then you've got this asterisk that says you created the movie that fucked up Star Wars. Your whole resume is like, remember Luke tossing the lightsaber? Well, that's what somebody would do with your resume, dude. You screwed up Star Wars. How can you want that on your, you know? Oh boy. Yeah, thanks, Tony. Amazing, man. You know, just amazing. So, what else can we talk about? So, yeah, you know, the stuff with the Obi-Wan, you know, use your brain, guys. Think when you see this stuff. I know listen, I love Obi-Wan as much as the next guy. I think it would be cool to have an Obi-Wan show. But under the circumstances of what Disney's done with all of this, I don't think I want an Obi-Wan show. Because what are they going to do? They're going to screw him up like they did Luke and Anakin. Is that what you guys want? To me, better that they don't make the show. Just leave it the freak alone. Because they're just going to screw up Obi-Wan now. So why bother? Like, everybody's excited. I can't wait to see Obi-Wan. You think that Disney's really going to make the Obi-Wan that you want? Be real. And then they're going to bring in Vader and or Anakin. Listen, guys, if you know the story of Star Wars, Vader and Obi-Wan do not see each other, do not interact, are not even totally fully aware that they each is alive. If anything, Obi-Wan probably knows because he hears about Vader terrorizing the galaxy. But Vader does not know that Obi-Wan is still alive officially until A New Hope, when he senses him and sees him on the ship, on the Death Star. Okay? It's in the dialogue, it's in the script that they do not cross paths from Mustafar, Crispy Bacon, Anakin to the Death Star. So doing anything that is outside of that is going to retcon and create canon problems. As much as it sounds cool to see Anakin doing things and Obi-Wan interacting and having nightmares or this or the other, I also don't buy into the whole PTSD thing with Obi-Wan. And I guess people get that because from the novel, which I haven't read the Obi-Wan novel, so I can't say for sure, but a lot of people talk about that he has like PTSD. I don't really buy into that. Sorry. I'm sure he had some rough nights. I'm sure that he, regrets, not regrets, but he feels bad that he had to strike down Anakin. But at the end of the day, he was a Sith, and he knew he did what he had to do. I don't think he feels that guilty about it. I understand. He probably is broken up about him. It was like his little brother. He loved him. I get it. But he had PTSD. I don't know, God. I don't really buy into that with Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's wise. He's very mature. Obi-Wan wasn't perfect, but Qui-Gon even says it. He's wiser than me when he was a Padawan. So I just don't buy into Obi-Wan being this, wrecked hermit. What I picture Obi-Wan is, he's keeping in the shadows. He's having his little fun at the bar. All kinds of women and travelers and bounty hunters and scoundrels and smugglers come through the cantina. He probably met women and people, and although I think he would probably keep it a little bit low key, and he'd go have his little drink. He likes to have drinks, and he's a very noble guy. He looked after Luke. He did what he was supposed to, because he knew that the Force and the galaxy and that Luke is above him. Obi-Wan was always unselfish. I can't remember one time in Clone Wars cartoon or any time anywhere Obi-Wan being unselfish. He had to make some hard decisions, but Obi-Wan just being a dick or selfish, that's not Obi-Wan Kenobi. So by him having all this trauma, that's him being introverted. Him, going around the galaxy and doing all this extra stuff. That's him having an ego and doing things for himself. That's not Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi is a wise, calm, balanced, honorable man. So I believe that he would have stayed on Tatooine like he was supposed to, stayed out of the way. He maybe had a little girl here or there. He'd have his little drinks. Probably got into a little battle or here or there. But, he's not going to be flashing around his lightsaber because he can't draw attention to himself. Because then he draws attention to Luke. Okay? So Obi-Wan would have been very much to himself and did what he's supposed to, look over Luke. Why? Because he understands that that's bigger than him. So, Tommy, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you around. I very much appreciate you coming in. Glad you hung out for a while. You have a great night. And I'm sure I will see you in another stream very soon because we always bump into each other, huh? I want to see Dexter Jester or Jet Setter. Well, I think you're joking, but listen, him like Jar Jar, they're not my favorite characters. I'm not going to go out and buy same to you, Tommy. Thanks, bro. I'm not going to go out and buy their action figures and, make a big thing about those type of characters, but I've never had a problem with them. They're part of the galaxy, guys. They're part of the universe. It is what it is. Not everybody's cool. Not everybody's a Jedi or a Sith. Not everybody's a Night Sister or clone or whatever cool thing you want to see. There's a point. Some people have to be the dork. Some people have to be the athlete. Some people have to be different things. Everybody has their place in the galaxy. But I hate to say it, but the truth is when people hate on Jar Jar, for example, so much, that shows you're being intolerant, which makes me wonder if you're racist or just intolerant towards other people. Because that's no different than Hitler saying, well, I don't like the Jews, so I'm just going to gas them. You don't have to love Jar Jar or Dexter, but he's part of the galaxy. Let him live. Live and let live, man. Leave the dude alone. Okay, he's a goofy four-armed guy out of the diner. So what? For all you know, he was a Jedi or did all kinds of adventures. Obviously, he's connected, right? Because who does Obi-Wan, of all people, go to? Dexter. So he must know something. He must have something in his youth, made some connections or done something important, and know what a Camino in Dart is. So obviously, Dexter isn't that irrelevant because, hello, he's just choosing to, get away from that stuff, have his little diner and Coruscant, and go on with his life. For all you know, he had a very adventurous, and maybe he was a Jedi for that once sometime. So I don't hate on those types of characters. Again, I don't want to see a Dexter Star Wars story, But I appreciate those characters. I appreciate the little frog creature that was outside of Jabba's palace that spits out his tongue and grabs some little bug or whatever. Salacious Crumb inside the palace, all the funky creatures in the pod race stands. It's part of the universe. Not everybody can be the hero. Not everybody can be cool. But, we have to be tolerant and we have to understand that. Listen, guys, just like in real life and in Star Wars, we all bounce off of each other. So someone you might think that is not very relevant or important, whether you know it or not, indirectly, your neighbor, your cousin, somebody even in another state or country, they have an effect on you. We affect each other. We bounce off of each other. Not only like metaphorically, but emotionally, physically, atoms bounce off of each other. So whether you like Jar Jar or Dexter or whoever, they all have a place and they all have a rhyme and a reason because we all bounce off of each other. What if Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan landed on Naboo, right? And they didn't meet Jar Jar. Okay, would they have figured stuff out? I'm sure. They're two very great Jedi. But They got to discover the underwater world. I can't remember the name of that damn Gungan City, I guess. Right? And then they ended up getting a transport, and as crazy and goofy as Jar Jar is, he was a guide for them to get to the core or go through the core to get to the palace. I mean, they could have got to the palace a dozen different ways, right? But they managed to go in a very secretive way underneath and get in, right? So while they could have achieved a lot of that on their own, they achieved it in a certain way that was to their benefit. Jar Jar didn't have to be in the movie. They didn't have to meet him, but they did. And it took them on a path. So, I don't know. I think that, again, I hope I'm not sounding like I'm some big Jar Jar defender because he's a dorkball. I get it. But I don't hate him like so many people. And I think most people don't even really hate him. It's just, it's like anything else. You see people on Twitter or on the media saying, well, Jar Jar sucks. So then other people jump on the bandwagon. Yeah, he was stupid. And then now you got 50 people like, yeah, Jar Jar was the worst thing ever. Come on, guys. He's not the worst thing ever. There's much worse. Rose Tico. You talk about a worthless character that did nothing and caused problems. Oh, Lord. Rose Tico. Not Kelly Marie Tran. Rose Tico. I like Jar Jar and Dexter. They were different. It felt like real quick. Well, that's the thing. You might go to the print shop and you meet some dorkball. But maybe that dorkball is a paper expert and you need to print out something for a college assignment or for a book you're writing. Maybe you just wrote the next Star Wars and you need to print it up and get it to Lucasfilm. And that dorkball might be the one guy that truly says, hey, you should use this paper. And if you print it in this way, you can save money. And with this type of binder, it'll, stay together better and look more professional. Maybe you don't want to hang out with that dude, but he has his importance. He has his place, and he could potentially help you or change your life. So we have to consider each other in this world, that it's not all about you or just the people that you like or the type of things that you like, because other people and things are important too. I'm not saying you have to waste your energy on a Jar Jar, but you don't have to hate him, because you're wasting energy on the opposite side, right? Just to hate Jar Jar. So does that make you any smarter or better? No. Just leave him alone. Okay, you didn't care for Jar Jar, fine. But to make some campaign about him, it's just silly. Especially when, it's funny. Like, I always love the prequels. Like I said earlier in the stream, they weren't great films, but they were great Star Wars films. But it's funny now that so many people are like, oh, wow, I really have a new appreciation for the prequels because of the sequel trilogy. Well, remember, the sequel trilogy, okay? Before you start worrying about Jar Jar. Jeez. Let's see if I missed. I see there's about 6 of you around. Are you guys actually listening to me gibbering on? Anybody else have any questions? Let's see if I missed any kind of comments here. I'm pretty sure I said it earlier, but Turd Burglar, if you're around, thanks again for the sub. I'm getting close to 1,000. I really want to reach that 1,000. Again, not so much because of monetization. I just want to reach that milestone. For whatever reason, my YouTube has been kind of stuck. For like the past month, it goes up and down. 821 to 819. 821 to 819. Something's screwy. It's like they don't want to give me subs. And we all lose subs and we gain subs. It's not that I feel like I can't lose any subs, but it keeps going back between those two numbers. And, for a good while there, I was getting at least 1, 2, 5 subs a day. All I ask for is just 1 sub a day. That's what I expect. 1 sub a day. I think that's totally fair. I have 60 videos. They're all really good. Some better than others, but some of my videos, I got to say, are really damn good. I think it's totally reasonable and fair to ask for 1 sub a day. And man, for like the past month or so, it just Yes, it is absolutely risky. And I'm going to tell you this. I'm more than happy to talk about Boba Fett. I'll tell you this from two perspectives. First, my perspective as, is it true? I don't know, but I will say it. I'm the biggest Boba Fett fan on this planet. With what we have seen from Disney, they're going to screw him up. They're going to degrade him for two reasons. Number one, because they're on this whole feminine and old character degradation thing. And then, of course, they don't want him to outshine the Mandalorian, right? They can't have that. The Mandalorians are one thing that's working, so obviously they can't have Boba Fett jump him. So that by default means Boba Fett's going to be a bitch. You've already destroyed Boba Fett. I don't want to see that. A lot of us don't want to see that. Let me go off on Boba Fett for a second. I know that some people think he's stupid. Some people say, well, he just had a cool outfit. Some people say, well, but he's dead. Some people say, well, I don't care. But let me tell you something. His toy, to this day, is always in the top 5 sellers of all Star Wars toys. He has massive, massive fan clubs. If you do a search for Boba Fett videos, you're going to see some of them have millions of views. There's not Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader videos out there with millions of views, guys. Boba Fett does. He's a lot more important to more people than you realize. I know a lot of people don't give two damns about Boba Fett, but understand that a lot of people do. Hardcore. He is one of the biggest. In fact, I'm sure you guys all saw the news just weeks ago that he's $125,000 for a freaking Boba Fett action figure. I think it's the most expensive, small action figure. Never mind Star Wars, period. I would have to search that to be sure. I did mean to look at that up and I forgot. But he's possibly the most valuable action figure of all time. So more people than you realize care about Boba Fett. I mean, there's fan clubs and websites and all kinds of things. If you see collections, what do you see? Boba Fett's. All kinds of Boba Fett helmets and suits and all kinds of stuff. Probably the things that I see collecting the most, honestly, is Boba Fett's and clones. Some people have massive clone collections. They're pretty neat. Yeah, they'll have like a, Vader helmet and, maybe Luke's lightsaber, but that's like one or two things from them. Whereas they'll have a whole case of Boba Fett's and or clones, like it's in scale. Boba Fett is just crazy. The collectibles. So this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Why didn't you just make a Boba Fett movie or show? I mean, he's has such an amazing fan base. You would have won us over. Even if you're not a Boba Fett guy, you would be like, oh, I remember that guy. Oh, okay, cool. He got out of the Sarlacc pit or whatever the story, and he's got his own show. Okay. And believe me, just like everybody fell in love with The Mandalorian, it would have taken 3 seconds and people would have been like, a Boba Fett show? Boba Fett? Boba Fett? You believe me, even people that say they don't care would have been like, oh, a Boba Fett show. So it is risky because they're not going to let him outdo the Mandalorian. I will be so shocked. Furthermore, I'm going to say this publicly. Jon Favreau, if you have the balls to bring on Boba Fett and, as he should, smack around your little Mandalorian, then I will give you all new respect and I will even start to support the Mandalorian show. But we all know you're not going to do that. You're going to bring back Boba Fett. You're going to make him look like a fool for your Mandalorian, who can't deal with Jawas or know where to park a ship, or don't even get me started with the Mandalorian. So it is risky. It is also risky because of timeline and lore. How does he fit in with the Mandalorian? Now Dave Filoni saying that Boba Fett's not a Mandalorian. So not only are you going to disrespect the character, but now you're going to disrespect his lore. The guy that the whole reason the Mandalorians exist is because of Boba Fett. Now you're going to publicly in this Mandalorian show say, well, you're not a real Mandalorian. You're just some guy with a suit. And that's probably what they're going to do, is try to explain away why he's not a Mandalorian and make him look like a fool. And they'll have a little duel. And Mandalorian will end up beating Boba Fett. And then he'll just walk away with his tail between his legs. And that'll be the end of Boba Fett. Instead of just, okay, he's dead, leave him in the pit. No, they're going to bring him back and make him look stupid. Truly strip any Mandalorian hood from him. Let me remind you, we all saw Jango Fett's face. We all saw Boba Fett's face. And yet, in The Mandalorian, they claim that Mandalorians will take off their helmets. Again, Dave Filoni doesn't know Star Wars as well as you think. And then in the Clone Wars cartoon, oh, look, hey, look, it's Bo-Katan. I can recognize her by face. Why? Because Mandalorians have always taken off their damn helmets. Pre Vizsla. When you are contradicting yourself, never mind the lore, the canon, the story, but you're contradicting your own damn self. Oh, Lord. Mandalorian, the Clone Wars cartoons, and the movies all contradict each other. Therefore, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Disney Star Wars cannot be canon because it's contradicting pre-established already canon. It is very risky. It is a foolhardy move to try to bring us back in like, oh, look, it's Boba Fett. But they're going to disrespect them. They're not going to properly do them. And I'm guessing he'll just be in for one episode. So what's even the point? Just for nostalgia. Member berries. And they're just going to screw him up like they did everything else. And, you know, I'm not saying that Boba Fett fans are the majority of Star Wars fans, but let me tell you, Boba Fett army is strong. And it's like, man, you Disney, you really want to shoot yourselves in the foot. Now you're going to get all the Boba Fett guys pissed off. Not smart. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, you know another thing about the Boba Fett people is they're some of the biggest collectors, which means they buy the toys, which means some of the biggest revenue that goes to Star Wars is the Boba Fett guys, not your normie fans. The Boba Fett guys are the ones that are buying 18 versions of Boba Fett from Japan and different places. Okay? Not just that one Luke lightsaber hilt. Not just, you know, oh, I've got 3 old Vaders. No, I've got cases, stand-up replicas of Boba Fett. Not I do, but I'm saying, you know, some guys' collections. So that's another thing. It's like you're going to disrespect the character, further hurting the lore and the story. You're going to piss off the Boba Fett fans, which is a huge segment of the fandom, which is just stupid. Especially people that are that hardcore, they're going to be really pissed at you. And then the trifecta with, they're some of the biggest collectors. So now you're really going to break your toy sales. Not smart, Disney. You better leave Boba Fett alone. I'm telling you right now, you better not bring him back unless they do him right. And he flies out of that freaking pit or climbs out or whatever, and he starts kicking ass and taking names. You know, like he ain't got no bubble gum, if you know what I'm saying. He's all out of bubble gum. Then, okay, yeah, I think it is smart because he should come in and smack down every Mandalorian and show them, hey, you exist because of me. And he doesn't have to take over the show. He could come in for one episode or a couple episodes, kick ass, establish himself, show that he's back. All the other Mandalorians, or at least Din Djarin, is like, oh, whoops, I get it. I'm not shit yet. You're who I need to be. Gets a hard lesson and an ass whooping. And then Boba Fett's like, okay, kid, you got your lesson. I got other things to deal with. I'm out. And then he just, you know, finds Slave One and he takes off and he goes off and does his own little thing. And who knows, maybe in a few years they can make a Boba Fett show or movie or whatever. But that's what they should do, is bring him back, let him be the badass, let him dominate as he's supposed to, teach Din Djarin a swift lesson, and then he can move on. That's what should happen. That way they respect the lore and Boba Fett, and it's good for Din Djarin because Din Djarin has much to learn anyways. And who better to teach him than the original Mandalorian? Din Djarin exists because of Boba freaking Fett. Yeah, well, some say he's dead already. To be fair, as I said, the movies are the law, right? So technically, we should assume that he's dead, although we don't technically see him die. We see him go into the pit. So there's always that argument. We don't know for sure that he's dead. We assume so because, he went into the Sarlacc. But that's Boba Fett. So, pretty much any character that fell into that pit, I'd say, oh, yep, bye-bye. But a Jedi, Vader, Maul, Boba Fett, okay, I could buy they'll get out of there. Yeah. Boba Fett is very resourceful, very smart, and has a whole lot of gadgets and weapons on his person, so I can totally see Boba Fett getting out of that one. I have no problem with Boba Fett coming out, and that's not even like my ego or personal one. Like I love Boba Fett. Like I'm just being objective. Boba Fett totally could get out of the Sarlacc pit, if anybody. So, technically, some would argue that he's dead. I don't want to believe that he would die that easily. And being as someone that has read a lot of the old EU, he does in fact escape in the EU. There's a couple different versions of the story. A lot of people talk about the story where he crawls out and then his suit is like all disintegrated, and then the Jawas find his equipment and take his equipment, and then somebody else takes over. That's not the story that I prefer or that I think was dominant. To me, the dominant story was that he crawls out of the pit, he's all burnt up and basically passes out, and then Dengar finds him. Dengar is scavenging, and Dengar takes him back to his hut or tent or whatever. I don't know, it's been years. And Dengar helps save Boba Fett, ironically. And part of why that was such a cool and ironic story is because you have to remember the bounty hunters are very much in competition with each other. In fact, a lot of those old bounty hunter and Boba Fett stories, like guys were constantly trying to kill each other, especially Boba Fett, because Boba Fett was the guy. He was the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. He was the one that would always end up getting the bounty. Bossk many times tried to kill Boba Fett. IG-88 as well. And Boba Fett had all kinds of tricks and traps, and there's literally a story where Bossk tries to steal Slave One, and he ends up in a cage because the ship has all kinds of traps in it, and he ends up getting caught by Slave One. So, Boba Fett, they always had animosity towards him because he was the best out of them. Not Cad Bane, which lately I'm hearing people say, oh, Cad Bane's the best. Cad Bane's a pissant. Please. I love Cad Bane. I think he's awesome. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a cool character. Boba Fett will wipe the floor with his dumb ass. Anyways, that story is very cool because, again, they had a lot of animosity and competition between each other. So for Dengar to save Boba Fett out of respect and honor for his bounty hunter brother, and he wouldn't want this is the thing, when you're honorable, this is something about Star Wars. It was very much like samurais. They had honor. So where you could easily like strike somebody in the back, you wouldn't do that. You would want your opponent to face you, and you would have a straight up fight like a man. Okay? So that's why, like when Obi-Wan says, oh, so uncivilized, using a blaster, because when you have honor, you face to face, eye to eye, you square up with your opponent honorably. And that's why lightsabers were so regarded, because you couldn't do many tricks. Yeah, you could learn skills as a lightsaber duelist, but in general, you were straight up saber to saber, right? You would fight honorably. You weren't like pulling out extra weapons and explosives and traps, and you were, for the most part, squaring off fairly. The dark side, of course, would do little tricks like Vader throwing objects at Luke in Cloud City, or Dooku, against Obi-Wan, and Anakin, how he throws the thing down. So yes, the dark side would do little dirty things, but in general, the idea was that you were honorable. So what I'm getting at is Dengar wouldn't want Boba Fett to die because, he's melting because of the acid of the Sarlacc pit, and he's down, and I'll just kick him and let him die. No. Dengar would have had much more pride and honor to say, hey, let me save this man, because not only did he escape the freaking Sarlacc pit and he's Boba Fett, but also because he's a colleague, and I want him to go down fighting properly because he outbested me or I outbested him, not because he's chewed up. You understand? So it was a really nice story that Dengar had pulled him out and saved him, brought him back to health so that Boba Fett could be himself. And then what happens from there, okay, whatever fate gives you. Maybe he ends up killing Dengar later. But Dengar would have had enough respect to want to be taken out, even if Boba Fett turned around and killed him, that he killed him on fair ground. I hope that all made sense. There was an honor to Star Wars. Now it's just whatever. Mandalorian sequel trilogy, it's all whatever. Anyways, that's the story that I like and that I remember and know is the one where Dengar is scavenging and finds Boba Fett and saves him, basically. So, technically, is Boba Fett dead? Well, you could argue. Not really. You like my idea for him in the show? Well, I've been blathering on, so I don't remember everything that I just said, but that he comes back and that he establishes himself, and yeah, I think this should happen. Not totally like embarrass and decimate Din, but yeah, give him a good spanking on the butt. Put Din back into his perspective as to where he is. You know, he has a lot to learn. He's really a noob. People are all excited about that show, and it's like, man, the guy is worthless. He's got like 80 things on his weapons and stuff, and he constantly is like getting kicked around and knocked around by things, Jawas, and creatures. I mean, he's just, it's a mess. So yes, it would be cool to see a real bounty hunter do real things. You know, I'd be more excited if a Cad Bane or a Bossk was coming into the show than Ahsoka, who's supposed to be freaking dead, guys. She's supposed to be dead. You know, Rex. I got nothing against Rex, but, you know, as I've stated in previous streams, the clones aren't supposed to have all these personalities and be individual. They're clones. They all think and act the same. They're not all individual and special. They're a bunch of freaking copies of each other. There's way too much personality. That's why the original Clone Wars cartoon was better, because they just kicked ass and took names. They weren't getting all emo and worried and, you know, naming each other and doing all this extra. They went in to do their job, silent and deadly. No playing around. So, you know, as much as I think Rex is a cool character, Fives and all these guys, I'm not that invested. What's the point of having Rex? Okay, they're going to bring Rex to play on the Clone Wars fans' nostalgia. Oh, yeah, Rex. And what does that mean? That therefore Ahsoka survived. That therefore Ahsoka is going to now be in The Mandalorian. So now you're changing the entire Star Wars galaxy to where Ahsoka is around. Guys, have you seen Star Wars? Luke is the last Jedi. That's the point. That all of them get killed in Order 66. He's our last hope. Well, there is another. Okay, Leia, who happens to be a twin, a child of Skywalker's, Anakin, not just some random person and not 50 different people. The Jedi are gone, guys. The Jedi are dead. Luke is important because he's the last freaking hope. That's the point of Star Wars. So Ahsoka running around and doing her little antics is bullshit because she's supposed to be dead. George Lucas said that before Order 66, she's dead. She was a cool character. I have no problem with her up to Order 66 and all that. Anakin's apprentice. I'm fine. Okay, cool. But she must die because the lore, the original canon, is that the Jedi are dead. So now her tramping around the universe. That's where Rex is a problem, because now, if you've got Rex, you've got Ahsoka, which means they're both affecting the galaxy after Order 66 and after Jedi. Not even after Order 66. We're talking about after the OT. Ahsoka's still around all this time. She's never mentioned. She's never in any battles. She's never involved in anything. Luke's fighting the Emperor and doing all this stuff, but Ahsoka's just not frolicking around. Where was Rex when the Empire is doing all this mess and killing rebels and Hoth and blowing up Alderaan and all this? Where was Rex? all of a sudden now we're going to bring them in because, member berries. No, guys, it breaks canon. You cannot do that. I know a lot of people love Rex and love Ahsoka. And again, I will reiterate that I don't personally have a problem with those characters, but they're both dead by Order 66. It is what it is. Not only because Lucas literally said this, but because you have to think of the story of Star Wars. The clones, there are no clones in Star Wars. Hello. They're all stormtroopers. Why? Because clones weren't effective and the Emperor got rid of them. Which also contradicts Palpatine in The Rise of Skywalker. He got rid of the clones because the clones were failing. But yet he's counting on and bringing himself back to life as a clone. Do you see that they don't understand their own stories and lore? Here's another one, and I made a video about this, but I'll talk about it. Bad Batch. Okay. Clone Wars is only 3 years long, guys. It's not like the thing went on for decades. It's 3 years. So, let's review. Attack of the Clones. Obi-Wan discovers clones, right? He goes to Kamino. He sees all the clones in the pods. Then another million are coming, and there's, I forget, like 100,000, 250,000, whatever number they say. Clones. Okay? That's the first batch that goes right into battle. And then they literally say, I think Tan Wei says, another million will be ready soon. Paraphrasing. Okay, so there's roughly 1.25 million clones. All right? So by the time Sith comes, I think is when the other million are ready. But in the beginning, there's like 100,000 or 200,000 clones they have. Okay. 3 years. So they have the first batch is made and goes into battle. They have the next batch, which is about to be finished, which means they're just behind them. Maybe they're a year, a few months, whatever. They're just behind them. Now, keep this in mind. Clones are accelerated, not only in like programming and intelligence, but in age. So at the age of 10, they were 20-year-olds, right? They were like a 20-year-old young man. That's when they would deploy them into the Clone Wars, as a 20. That's when they were ready. Okay? So that means they have to grow these clones for 10 years to have them battle ready. Okay? Now, you're going to start putting pieces together and see where there's a problem. The first batch is ready, goes into battle. The second batch is good and comes in Sith, and they continue to go into battle. By the time Sith comes around, towards the end of the Clone Wars, and almost the 3 years. The Bad Batch, the premise of the Bad Batch is that they kept cloning, and then they were having mistakes. The clones take 10 years. The Clone Wars was 3 years. One of these things is not like the other. So you see how Disney can't keep control or order of their own lore? There wouldn't be a Bad Batch, guys, until they would have to be developing clones for quite a while before they started to have the anomaly. Here was their explanation, that they took a genetic sample from Jango, and that every time they would clone a new batch, that genetic would degrade. Okay? So then after so many cycles, the quality of the clones would start to diminish. And that was part of the logic of that later Palpatine gets rid of the clones because the quality got so bad that he just scrapped them and went for humans, stormtroopers. Okay? So if you had several batches of clones that were being reproduced in 10-year cycles, and let's say 50 years went by, then I would say, okay, finally by the 4th or 5th cycle, some of them are starting to go bad. They're deteriorating, and then you could have an anomaly like the Bad Batch. Fine. But when you have a brain, and you're a researcher and a historian, and you understand lore, and you understand things like years, 3 years was the Clone Wars. There wasn't even time for them to develop clones that take 10 years, because remember, the Bad Batch are adult, and furthermore, they might be a little bit older than the rest of the clones. They look like they're a little bit more mature, maybe 25 years old. right? They're more experienced and hard and special forces. So you're contradicting your own lore, because the Clone Wars is 3 years. It takes 10 years to develop those clones. You wouldn't even have the opportunity to create anomalies because there wasn't a long enough war to even make that many clones. So the Bad Batch doesn't even make sense because it wouldn't even have happened. The Clone Wars, if it went on for 50, 100, 300 years, by all means, you would have all kinds of Bad Batches, and I'm all for it. But when it's 3 years, it can't happen. The clones take 10 years to be ready for battle. I'm just a guy that loves Star Wars. I don't have billions of dollars. I don't have access to the holocron and all the vault and all the little notes and stories and pictures and I know this stuff. Pablo Hidalgo, Dave Phony Filoni, you guys can't keep this shit straight? Come on, man. I hope that explanation made sense, okay? Clones take 10 years to make. The Clone Wars is 3 years long. That means there was 2 batches. The one that was ready when they got the clones and the batch that was coming up behind them that they mentioned, the million more clones. Hello. So there's no opportunity to create 99 and Bad Batch and all that mess. That's Dave Filoni's fan fiction bullshit in the Clone Wars cartoon. Retconning George Lucas. That's what that is, guys. That's why I can't get behind the Clone Wars cartoon, and that's why I can't get behind all this other nonsense, because it breaks canon. And I don't care how fantastic and fun and cool it looks and blah, 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 blah. I cannot accept something that breaks canon. Now, if you want to say it's not canon and just make it a side fun thing, okay. I got no problem with that. I'm not a hater. But you're not going to sit here and tell me, I literally see people saying, this is the best Star Wars I've ever seen. The Clone Wars Season 7 is the best Star Wars you've ever seen? Wow. How far has Star Wars fallen? How far has your guys' expectation of Star Wars fallen? The Mandalorian is a great show. Come on, guys, be real. It's okay to not like this stuff. You don't have to hate it. I'm not saying you got to make a campaign, but come on. Seriously? Be real. By the way, if some of you are wondering, like, oh, but Mandalorian, I've seen it. It's pretty cool. And maybe you're new to my stream or to my channel. Go look at my videos. You will see all the problems with The Mandalorian, Chapter 1. Chapter 2 is coming soon. Those videos are very heavy and a lot of editing, so Chapter 2 is taking me some time, plus I'm working on a bunch of projects. But Chapter 2 is coming, and I'm going to make all 8 chapters, which are like Swiss freaking cheese of problems. Go watch all the problems with The Mandalorian, Chapter 1. Just the first episode is literally over 100 mistakes. Just the first chapter. More mistakes maybe than the entire sequel trilogy. And you guys are telling me that that's the best Star Wars? That's great? Listen, if you turn off your brain and you just watch The Mandalorian as a fun show, just something to watch, okay, I'm not denying it. It's fun. It's okay. It looks okay. It's not like, wow, groundbreaking or anything. Okay, it looks pretty cool. It's not amazing. Come on, guys, be real. That thing's not like breaking ground like Star Wars did. So be real. And it's full of problems. And it's like I was talking about with Echo Base. George Lucas didn't have these problems. He understood his own continuity and respected it and maintained it. Whereas today, Disney or Lucasfilm, they literally don't talk to each other. If you go see The Rise of Skywalker, then you read the novelization, and then you look at the art book, there's 3 different explanations for the Emperor. Why? Because Claudia Gray didn't talk to Jar Jar Abrams, who didn't talk to, I'm not sure who made the art book, either Hidalgo or Phil Sostick or whatever his name is, or maybe both together. They don't all get in a room and talk to each other and say, hey, we got to make sure this shit fits, that the continuity is correct. Let's make sure everything lines up. No, they're all like, here, I'm going to write a story, and I'm going to write a story. You get a novel, and you get a novel, and you get a novel. So then what happens? You've got all these different stories and explanations. Their own stuff doesn't. They decanonized the EU to their explanation was to get everything back into continuity and correct. And yet, since the day they've done that, they've made nothing but everything contradict itself. Never mind the old stuff that they're contradicting. They're contradicting all the new stuff that Disney has created contradicts itself. How can you have faith and belief and want to spend time and money on a company, on a lore that contradicts itself from one story to the next? The movies don't mash up with each other. Then The Mandalorian doesn't mash with the movies. Neither meshes with the Clone Wars cartoon. That doesn't mesh with the Rebels. That doesn't mesh with Resistance. That doesn't mesh with the comics. That doesn't mesh with the books. It's all just a whole, like, everybody for themselves. Just, you get a story, and you get a story, and you get a story. Is that what Star Wars is to you guys? It's not my Star Wars. My Star Wars had love and detail, had continuity. Was it perfect all the time? No. Was there a few contradictions in the EU? Not in the movies, in the EU. Yeah. There was a couple stories that really could be omitted from the EU. They weren't 100% great, but 95% of it was freaking excellent. And at least 80 to 90% of it was on point. Continuity. Maybe each story didn't run into the next one and connect with the next one, but they didn't contradict and cause problems for each other. Whereas now in this Disney stuff, everything causes a problem for itself. Snoke in a jar. I mean, really? Really? You can't clone Force users. We all know this. And if you were cloning Snokes, why didn't you have a whole freaking army of Snokes? Why are you bothering with Kylo freaking Emo Ren? Why didn't you have 1,000 Snokes terrorizing the galaxy? Why? Because we all know it's bullshit. You can't even clone. Cloning was given up because it was degenerative. But then we all know you can't clone Force users. If you could clone Force users, Sidious would have cloned 1,000 or 1,000,000 Darth Mauls. Or Darth Vaders, or Plagueis, or whatever. Plagueis, Bane, all these guys would have cloned entire armies of Sith, and with their ego of themselves. You would have seen 1,000,000 Darth Sidiouses going all over the galaxy. Why would he bother with Darth Vader or Stormtroopers or any of that nonsense? He would just be cloning himself and have an entire Darth Sidious and Emperor Palpatine on every planet throughout the galaxy, and he would just reign supreme. Why didn't he do that? Because you can't. You can't clone Force users. Even Disney admits that, because his son, who is a clone, who's not really a son because he's a clone. A clone is not your son, by the way. He's your copy. But his son was worthless and didn't have Force power. So there you go. Even Disney admits it. And then, but it skips to Rey, his granddaughter, who's not his granddaughter, would be his daughter, because his clone is not his son, it's him. It's a copy of him. You see how stupid and confused Disney is? A 3-year-old can keep this straight. Star Wars was a layup. You literally had to try to break this stuff to break it. I love how George Lucas says 1 through 6 are just one big movie. Yeah, well, exactly. That says it right there. That right there says it all. Disney is all these different pieces. The movies don't even fit with each other. Never mind with the 6. If you honestly, and some people have the nerve, I'll be like, go watch the 9 movies. And I go, well, I just did. I watched them just last week and it's all 9 and they're all fine and perfect. You're fucking lying. I just want to reach through the screen and smack the shit out of you because you're lying. What's worse, you lying to me and to everybody else reading your little comments, is that you're lying to yourself. Because a 3-year-old knows that if you watch the 9 movies, the last 3 have nothing to do with Star Wars. They have nothing to do with 1 through 6. And Star Wars, like any story, is going to have continuity and be one complete story. Can it branch out and do other things and introduce new things? By all means. But it's going to be a story. And anybody with a brain, a freaking monkey, can tell you 7, 8, and 9 are not part of a story. They're not part of any story. They're not even stories themselves. They're just a mess. It's like a kid scribbling on walls. What those movies are. It's not art or text or anything. It's just it's ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, that's probably the biggest damning piece of evidence right there. There's your biggest receipt, is that it was one big story. You know, and I've said that a million times, and so was a bunch of others of us. You know, that it's one big story. Has your avatar always been this Chucky? I never noticed that. Or did you change it? It's a bloody Chucky with a bloody knife. It's pretty cool. I don't know if I thought it was maybe something different, or I just didn't notice. I'm not a big horror guy. Not that I mean, I like some of that stuff, but I'm not a big horror. I'm more of a sci-fi guy. And I have a feeling you may ask me, or you might have asked me before, a Star Wars horror film could be cool. A one-off side story, because that again would also mess with the lore. You know, Star Wars isn't a horror thing, but a one-off side story, sure, it could be fun. But I also think if you're going to do it, you do it right, and it has to be rated R, and it has to be a horror story. You know, not Mickey Mouse, Disney princess horror story. So as far as Disney doing that, you can pretty much forget about that. But yeah, they could. There's a lot of cool things they could do. You know, zombie stormtroopers. You know, that in itself. But they could also have, you know, all kinds of wicked Sith, or you know, whatever. There's so many ways you could go with that. I can't even begin to wrap my mind around it. But there's a lot of cool things they could do. All kinds of aliens they could bring in, and I wouldn't be opposed to it. But again, just a one-off, you know, for the fun side story. Yeah, I'm cool with it. Well, it's been 4 hours. I don't know if anybody else, I see that there's 6 people, but I only see one person commenting. So if there is indeed 5 other people listening to me blabber on, I do appreciate it. Really, I do. You know, I don't know that YouTube creators really express it enough, but you know, you guys are, I mean, I can speak for myself. I do this because I love Star Wars, obviously. So I didn't do this to make money or, you know, get some sort of fame or recognition or something. I do this because I love Star Wars. And I was tired of Disney. You know, I've been saying these kind of things for a long time, but as far as like making the channel, it was actually the day that Disney Plus came out, there was, I just got triggered and I was like, that's it. I'm making videos. Ironically, because for years I've been talking about this stuff. But, you know, I do this for the fun, for the love. It is a lot of work. It's not easy being a YouTube creator. And I say that wholeheartedly because although I do some live streams, if you know my channel, it's a lot of edited videos I do. So it's a lot of work. But it's fun. I enjoy it. And the point I wanted to make is I don't know how many creators really, you know, they'll say thank you or whatever. But, I mean, truly, you guys are what make, or why we keep going, or why we continue to do so, making videos or doing these streams, is because you guys support, because you, if nothing else, watch our videos. I love it when you guys comment. I try to answer everyone's comments, but know that sometimes you guys may think that we don't notice or we don't care, but I can speak for myself. I can't speak for everybody, but man, every last like, every last view, every last comment, I see that stuff. I pay attention to it. I try to comment back. I try to look at it. It really makes a difference. Not only to YouTube algorithm, but it shows us, you know, that you guys appreciate the stuff and that it's entertaining and that we should keep going on. I think even if I had, well, I don't know, after all this time, if I had 0 subscribers, maybe I'd have to think about it. But even if I only had 100 subscribers, I think I would continue doing it because I truly do this out of love, out of the purity of it, what it is. But it definitely means a lot to us and encourages us and helps us move forward when we see things like comments and people showing up in live streams and those types of things. So I don't know. Thank you. Appreciate, everyone that stops through. I do my very best to answer every last comment that I see, unless it's just some wacky nonsense. But, it's fun. It's also a lot of work. And, you always take a risk of saying the wrong thing or someone taking some crazy screenshot of you or whatever. But again, I'll speak for myself, but also maybe this is advice to anybody that's thinking about making videos or doing this type of thing, that if you're going to do it, first of all, do it because you truly, genuinely love the topic that you're talking about, but also know what you're talking about. Because if you don't know, first of all, people are going to see through your crap. Viewers aren't dumb. But also, people are going to call you out. Not that I have people calling me out. I do have some negative comments sometimes, but nobody can really call me out because I show the articles, whether it's in the description or I show it in the video, or I know Star Wars, that's for sure. Ain't nobody gonna can deny that. But just if you're thinking about doing this thing, know your subject, know what you're talking about. Because it is important that people have faith in that, who you are, what you do, and what your knowledge is on the subject, whether it be camping or knives or, watches or Star Wars, whatever it may be. People will start to see through it real quick. Some guys get away with it, like a certain Zero, which is amazing to me that this guy has so many subs. There's another guy that, claims he only does a certain thing. There's another one that has all these subs, and it's like, man, you guys listen to this nonsense? But at the end of the day, most people will see through it. Just know what you're talking about if you ever try to pursue this type of thing. You will save yourself a lot of headaches, and nobody wants a bunch of negative comments and people questioning you and all that stuff. But it's also important that you know what you're talking about, because then you're going to be much more passionate about what you're doing, right? It's easy to be passionate. I always equate it to loving a woman, or if you're a woman, a man, or if you're bisexual, then whatever your partner. But I've mentioned I'm a historian, so I've done other things. One thing I am is an industrial hemp historian. I know a lot about industrial hemp. And people would always say, man, you know so much about this. Like, how do you know so much? You're so passionate about it. And it's the same thing I equate as to loving a woman, or maybe even your child. If you truly love something, you're going to know everything about it. Okay? So if you truly love a woman, or whatever your case, a man, partner, I'll say woman because of me, you're not just going to care about her ass or her legs or her hair or her cute face. You're going to care about every detail, like if she has a scar on her neck, or the way that she sleeps, or how she munches on cereal or chips, or all her little wacky things. Just like if someone truly loves you, they're going to know and want to know all those types of things. So, the way she puts her toothbrush in the holder, maybe even know stupid things like her normal bathroom schedule, not because you're being so conscious as to monitor it, but because you've become to know that person so well that these types of things. Not that everybody's on a perfect bathroom schedule, just a wacky example. So what I'm getting at is, when you are truly in love with something and passionate about it, then it becomes very easy to talk about it. That's what I'm getting at. I'm not shy. I'm well-spoken. I'm intelligent. So I could make all kinds of videos about all kinds of topics. But there's only few topics that I could truly, passionately, for hours on end, talk about. And one of them is Star Wars. Why? Because I genuinely know and love Star Wars. Not the idea of it, the pretty face. Not because it says Star Wars. But because I truly know it inside and out and love it. So therefore, it's easy for me to make videos. Yeah, it's effort. I mean, it's a lot of editing and thinking it out and scripts and all kinds of stuff. But as a whole, right, having the motivation and the skill and the desire and the passion to do it is because I genuinely love it. So what I'm saying is, it's not about me. What I'm saying is, if you are thinking about doing a YouTube, a blog, or whatever, make sure you find something that you truly are passionate about. For every reason, because one, it's going to be much easier to make content. Two, people are going to see how passionate you are about it. They're going to understand and believe in you. If you're just kind of taking the steps and faking it, people are going to know. It'll make your life much more interesting and easy if it's something about you, what you truly care about, whether it be your girlfriend, buck knives, whatever, paper straws, whatever the topic, whatever it is. Anyways, I know I'm kind of going off on some other thing, but I figured I'd give you a little perspective from someone. Know that I've been on YouTube since 2012. I'm not that new to YouTube. Not my Star Wars has only been around since November of 2019. Like I said, the day that Disney Plus came out, I was like, that's it. Because I was thinking about it a little bit before. Probably actually since Last Jedi, I had been thinking about, which is ironic because I didn't come on YouTube and see that whole thing of, I just kind of, like I was said earlier in the stream, I was so disconnected by Force Awakens that Last Jedi, I almost kind of liked it because I was like, I saw it as a film by itself. Do you understand? No way do I like The Last Jedi, but because I was so in trauma and fuck it, Star Wars, I don't care. I just kind of saw it for itself. But I was so disinterested that I wasn't part of the wave that came on YouTube and was seeking out I didn't need other people to make videos to tell me that it was a bad movie or that Star Wars was dead, because I could see it for myself. There's people older than me. There's people that have been around as long as me. But I know a lot of my viewers weren't even, I was playing with the toys and watching the movies before you were born. So I don't need to explain to me. I don't need other videos to confirm it for me. And I'm not saying that you're any less if you did. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, me personally, I didn't have to come on here and see Last Jedi videos because I already knew from Force Awakens, this is done. So I wasn't part of that wave. I had my own personal feelings and was freaking bummed. I was doing other stuff. History videos, and I do digital marketing, so I have a digital marketing channel doing other stuff. So yeah, now my Star Wars is, 7-8 months now. It's been going pretty good. But anyways, I just figured I'd take a few minutes, give you guys some insight as far as a creator, and in ways I'm new because, now my Star Wars is not that old, but in other ways, like I said, I've been on YouTube since 2012, and I am a digital marketer, so I actually know a lot more about this video stuff than most people realize. Part of my success, the most part, is because, you got to make good content, and you have to be genuine. But part of it, I understand SEO. I understand how to structure videos and sharing it on social media. I know a lot of, I don't want to say tricks, but techniques that a lot of creators simply don't know or aren't taking advantage of. If you think Geeks and Gamers or Nerdrotic are big, if I manage their channels, I'm not saying their content, they are themselves, they do their content. But if I physically managed the channel, okay, the description and the tags and set up their channel and all that, they would have so many more views and videos to our subscribers. They don't even realize it. Maybe double. And it's no fault of theirs. I'm not saying they're any less. They've had great success. Doomcock's doing really good. A lot of channels are huge now. All I'm saying is that if they truly understood the technical aspect of this, they would be much bigger and farther than they realize. But these are guys that learn from strictly a creator point of view, right? Through their content. And they learned kind of like what videos or what kind of attitude or persona works. And bless them for that. They're doing great. I love it. I'm just saying that when you have worked on the technical end, right? You have clients that you teach and help gain success, then you understand things about YouTube and videos that even some of these big creators, you know, I have just under 1,000 subscribers, but my channel is very new. Okay. I also have a very specific channel about not my Star Wars, which isn't very popular with everybody. But if I was around 2 to 4 years and I was doing pop culture videos like Jeremy, no offense to Jeremy, he's doing great, but I'd have 2-3 times his audience right now. And I'm not saying that out of ego or to belittle Jeremy. By no means, he's doing awesome. And, you know, hey, mad props to him. I'm not saying that he's doing bad. I'm just saying he could do better. All those guys could. Nerdrotic, Az. I watch all those guys. Mahler, I love those guys. Nothing but love and respect for those guys. All I'm saying is when you understand the technical end of it, they all could be doing better than they are. Anyways, so that's part of, let me tell you, most of these creators will tell you, it takes them over a year to reach 1,000. I'm just over 6 months and I'm close. So I know what I'm doing. YouTube also isn't showing my videos because if all of Doomcock's subscribers were aware of Not My Star Wars, I'm not saying all of them are going to subscribe to me, but even, 10% of them would definitely, right? Because I talk about the same types of things that bothers them, Star Wars problems, right? So if 10% of Doomcock's subscribers were aware of me, and Nerdrotic's and Jeremy's, then I would have thousands upon thousands of subscribers. That's YouTube's fault, not mine or their fault. Well, I don't expect anything from anybody. I'm just saying. So it is what it is. And that's how YouTube works. You know, sometimes a video will take off and you'll get a ton of views right off the bat. But most creators, it takes a while. You have to keep going at it and make videos, and eventually, usually, actually, I was just watching a seminar, and I know this also from the past. The average creator takes about 18 months to get to 1,000 subscribers. That's the reality. A year and a half. And you would think, man, 1,000 subscribers, that's not that much. In the big scale of things, right? 1,000 people, it's not that much, but it's really a big thing for a creator to reach 1,000 subscribers. And some of you that are listening to this will say, yeah, I know, I've got 200 subscribers, dude. I know, I've been there, I get it. But some people don't realize it, that it is like a major milestone to get to 1,000 subscribers. It's a big deal. It's the biggest hump you're going to make. And once you get past 1,000, it starts to get a little bit easier and it starts to snowball a little bit. But hey, it is what it is. That you talk to me and everyone else. Well, I love talking about Star Wars. If I knew that I would have an audience, I would, almost every day I would come on here and talk to you guys about whatever. There's always articles, there's always stuff to talk about. The problem is, one, I don't know what time is good for everybody. Two, I don't know that people are going to even really show up. So for me to, every day come in here and open up a stream and do all this, because remember, you got to do tags and the description and the title and the thumbnail. And, I'm not trying to complain, but it's work. What I could be spending on editing, right? Or doing other stuff. And even if it was 3 people, I'm not trying to degrade that. I appreciate the 3 people that would come in, but there's 6, it's saying right now, and I very much appreciate that 6 of you are around. That's amazing. Thank you. But, I hope you understand that, like, for me to every day come on here and see 3 people, I don't know, maybe it would be more. I don't know. I haven't tried it. But that's partly why maybe I don't do it more, is because I try to make it special. I try to get cool guests. And I try to make it make sense. Because let me tell you, if I knew that 1,000 of you were going to tune in every day, I'd be on here every day, and I'd be happy to talk with you guys. I love you guys asking me questions, making comments. We don't always have to agree. Know that the things I say are from my heart, my opinion, my viewpoint. I think and I hope that most of you appreciate that I know what the hell I'm talking about, and that I'm being honest, and that I'm using good logic here. Okay? Maybe you don't love my idea for Boba Fett, but you can't say that it's not logical and doesn't make sense. It wouldn't be respectful to the story and the lore and to Boba Fett. Right? I think we can agree. I think we all can agree, if you've watched just this stream, that I would make a better Star Wars than anything Disney's made. Fact. But no, it's my pleasure, truly. It's for anybody watching, it's an honor and a privilege that you can come on here, talk about something that you love and are passionate about, and that people want to hear you or interact with you. And eventually you can even potentially get paid for it. It's pretty amazing. I do it for free, and I would do it for free. Honestly, like all of us, this pandemic has made a mess for all of us. I could certainly use the income, and it does cost me money to do these videos. So I'm not going to say that I don't want to get monetized, because it is important. And yeah, I would love to be able to start making some sort of revenue. And if it did start to grow and I could live off just being a YouTube creator, well, great. I would love to do that. It's not my sole mission or goal or reason why I do it, but it would be great. But know that, it means a lot to us, at least most of us. It's somewhat of a privilege, to be able to have some people that want to listen to you go on about whatever. But hey, I appreciate it. Well, unless anybody has any immediate questions or suggestions, I have been on here for a good 4 hours, almost 4.5 hours. Again, and I'm not a salesman. I don't like to push people, but hey, I got some cool new merch now. If nothing else, go take a look. Just check it out. If I understand if you don't have the money or don't want to buy anything, it's fine. I don't expect anything. It does help the channel. It does show me that you want more. I have the things that I need to make videos. So I'm not saying, oh, I'm in dire straits, I need your help. But it does help support, and it does help me, It would be nice to get a better mic. I always just use my laptop mic. It seems to work pretty well. That's what I do all my videos on. So ironically, behind the curtain, I do my live streams and, videos with just off my laptop mic. To be fair, this is a $1,000 laptop that I bought about a year ago, but that's because, again, I have a digital marketing agency. So I've always been doing a lot of, I do a lot of things, websites, SEO, that type of thing, but social media. But a big focus that I was doing last year was video marketing for clients and for myself. So video creation is nothing new to me. It's just the Star Wars channel is new, right? So I dropped $1,000 because I wanted a really powerful laptop to really be able to, process editing software and make nice videos. It has a bigger screen. One of the best investments I've ever made, especially now, is not my Star Wars. Man, this thing has been invaluable. But hey, it would be nice to get another mic or, whatever. Anyways, no sob story. I have what I need. I think I do pretty well for what I have. More than anything, I would love to see you guys, drinking from my mug or wearing one of the shirts. I just think that would be pretty cool. And, of course, it does help. Not only does it help monetarily, but it helps a lot to, see people supporting. And, furthermore, not just me. If you believe in Doomcock or Nerdrotic or, Phantom Collective or, there's so many channels out here. Trump 3PO, I don't know. Abu Nas, there's so many people I can mention. then buy their shirt, buy their stuff. It's not just me. I speak for all YouTube creators here, is what I'm trying to say. I hope that the things that I'm saying now, resonate in an idea of we all go through this as creators. Thanks. I like of course they're mine, so I like them. But there's the classic, which I think a lot of you don't realize. You can zoom in. You see Disney is here in the background. A lot of you never could see my logo that big. But it's really simple. It's the hyperspace with Disney, and then of course crossed out, and now my Star Wars. I wanted something that was simple, to the point. I'm decent with graphics. I'm not a graphic artist or designer. I'm not saying it's the most amazing thing, but I think it's pretty to the point and it's cool. So that's what my actual original logo is. And then recently, this card was made for me. I like to call him the Menace Mouse. Let me see if I can zoom in for you guys. There you go. So I think it's pretty neat. And then just little attributes. Little Miss Vixen from the Phantom Collective made this. There's the Phantom Collective. And I just think it's really cool. So, and for what it's worth, since we're here, here's the original size. And then if you see here, it says large, because I made the logo much bigger. Some people might like the logo much bigger. Like here, the card is real big. And then see, the card is smaller here. So there's two versions. I haven't seen them physically printed, so I know that obviously the bigger you make a picture, it could degrade in quality, although these seem to be really good. But, just by the rule of graphics, this would probably be a little bit sharper than the smaller one. I think this is really cool, the mug with the mouse. I think that's really awesome. It's my stuff. Of course I'm going to love it, right? Anyways, mouse pads. And for what it's worth, these shirts and sweaters have, various colors. So I think they're pretty neat. Unfortunately, I can't put all the colors on one. So, for example, the big card has purple, which the small card does not. If someone wanted something like the big card or the small card on a purple or, a different color, just let me know. I can switch up the colors, and there are options. There's roughly 10 t-shirt colors. A lot of them are similar, like different grays and blues, So I just tried to pick a mix here. But if for some reason there's a particular color or something you want, just let me know. I can make it. Anyways, I'm not here to sell you stuff or promote. I just, it's fun. It's there. It helps if anybody wants to, check that stuff out. I guess while I'm at it, I'll mention this. I mentioned it at the beginning of the stream, which I don't know who was here or whatever, but just for future reference. As my channel's not monetized, I can't get super chats. But there is a tipping system here. Let me see if I can show you guys the page just for fun, just because it's kind of neat. So you can leave a tip here anytime, or of course during a live stream, because I don't have super chats. The good thing about this is super chats, YouTube takes a cut. Through this Stream Elements, anything that you guys donate, I get 100% of it, which is great. I understand YouTube's giving the service, so they get a cut, but it's nice, right, from your perspective, that if you donate $5 to somebody, you want them to get the $5, right? Not $3.50. So anyways, you can put your name. Well, actually, it will make you sign in. You can sign in as Twitch, YouTube, I want to say Facebook. There's like 4 or 5 different options to sign in, and that's just to verify and for like spam and scam stuff. Anyways, you just sign in. I have it to where you can change your name if you want. You can even be anonymous. You can put whatever kind of amount if you like. And then here's pre-made just to save you time, but you can put, whatever you want here. For example. Whatever. And then like a super chat, you can, write a question or a comment, So yeah, or Anakin, I hate you, or whatever the case. So it's pretty neat. It's like a super chat. You can write a question, a comment, whatever you want to do, or you could leave it just blank and make a donation, whatever you want to do. But also, what is nice about this is because it's tied into the chat, it'll come up to me like a super chat. So therefore, I can address it in the video or the stream. But I also get an email record of it. So even if I don't catch it in the stream, or if you donate, like let's say tomorrow, right, for whatever reason, you're like, hey, I want to donate, I'll get a record of that. It's not just like, $5 went to your PayPal. It'll literally say, hey, Horror Nation donated $20 and this is his comment. That's what I'm getting at. So in the next stream or in a video, I can acknowledge it, answer your question, or give you a shout out or whatever. It's like a super chat in that sense. So it's pretty neat. Anyways. And that'll be in the description of all my videos if anybody ever feels inclined. Again, I'm not here for that. I don't do it for that. It helps. I appreciate it, but I make the videos because I care, because I love Star Wars, and I don't know. I think I make pretty good videos. I'm a pretty humble guy, but I think I make pretty good videos. So, whatever. They're a ton of work. All right. Well, it's been 4 hours and a half. If no one else has any comments or questions, I think I'm going to rest my voice. As I was mentioning earlier, I usually said, lol, I guess you're when I said Anakin, I hate you. I have a bunch of videos in the works right now. Disney and Disney Plus, Problems, Lies, Sex and Fails. Man, that video was like the second video I created back in November. And it's like, man, so much was going on when The Rise of Skywalker was coming out, all these leaks and rumors and stories, and it was just like, it got out of control, and I started making all these other videos, because that video, the reason I've hesitated is, one, because it's long. It's going to be at least an hour, maybe 2 hours. And it's because it's a heavily researched, and I'm really calling out Disney. And for me to say that Disney was a Freemason, I have to be able to prove it, which I can. Don't get me wrong. But I have to make the video intelligently and really show the receipts and prove what I'm talking about. I can't just be like, hey, was this? You know what I mean? So that's why I haven't had the time to go back, because that's a very heavily researched, and that's a video that not all my videos I take seriously, and I want them to be correct. But that video, I have to be very on point, because I call out Disney big time for all their sexist, racist, nudity, Freemasonry, corruption. I bust their bag bad. So that's why that video keeps getting put off, because I'm just freaking busy. But that video will come out eventually. All the Problems with the Mandalorian Chapter 2 is coming. It's recorded. It's about halfway edited. It's just those videos are like 3 hours of recording that I need to bring down to about an hour. Then get video clips and add screenshots and make sure things are not going to affect copyright. It's a lot of freaking work. But that one is coming. It was a little bit easier than chapter 1. Chapter 1, my God, was a mess. Chapter 2 has a few less problems. It's not as bad, but it's still a mess. Like I said, it was like a 3-4 hour video I got to condense. I have another tribute video coming up. It's not another Boba Fett, but another character. I'm going to leave it as a surprise who it is, but it's someone we all know and love. I spoke of him today. Should be a cool video. It'll be kind of like a music video to a very cool original song. I think that one's going to be a really cool project. Something kind of sort of like the Darth Vader's Imperial March, but that's his song, the Imperial March, played on the bell tower. This is different. This is like an original song. Kind of sort of rock song. But just to give you kind of an idea that it'll be sort of like a music video like that, except that it's an original song, and it'll be for a very important character in Star Wars tribute. I think that one's going to be a lot of fun. That one will probably be a couple weeks off because I'm working on other stuff, but keep an eye on that. It's going to be cool. You'll know it because it's going to say tribute, blank, blank, tribute. So that's going to be, I promise that's going to be a cool video. And, you know, there's a bunch of other little videos we're working on. There's also always news coming out. But the next major one, the one I'm focused on right now, which I think will probably be out early next week, is The Empire Strikes Back. And that one, basically, I had mentioned it earlier, but I'll give you another quick recap on it. I saw Empire when I was 6 years old, 4 years ago. Recently, they had released it into theaters, and I saw it on July 15th. So this video is basically a recounting of my experience seeing it after 40 years, how I felt about it, and basically like me telling the story of what I saw that night. So I'll be the narrator, and originally I had written a script. At first, I was just going to do like a couple highlights. And then I started getting all detailed with it. And I'm like, God damn it, I love this movie so much. And I started getting all these things. And then I started getting like quotes in there. And then it turned into this whole thing. So I'll be the narrator. There will be video clips and screenshots kind of giving the story of what's going on. But also I've gotten a hold of quite a few other YouTube creators. Some of them you guys will definitely know. Anyways, in the description, it'll tell you who they are. And they're going to be doing voices of different characters. So Han, Luke, Leia. I have Emperor Palpatine. He's so cool. I can't wait for you guys to hear Palpy. He's awesome. And it's not original. They're actual quotes from the movie, but it's just they're going to be interpreted by other fellow YouTube creators. So it'll be fun. I'll be narrating it. There'll be, you know, I'll do my video editing wizardry on it, and then it'll be the cherry on top will be other YouTube creators will be doing the different voices. So that's going to be, I think, one of my coolest, funnest projects. I can't wait for that one. That one, give me about a week, maybe the beginning of the next week. It's going to take some work, but I've got the script together. I read it through. It took me about an hour. So we're looking at about an hour film, but it's going to be sort of like a Empire Strikes Back recap, highlight reel, narrated by Not My Star Wars, and some quotes and dialogue by other YouTube creators that a lot of you will know and like and do like. So anyways, it'll be fun. Outside of that, I'll always keep up on what's going on. I have been wanting to do a Star Wars news, but yeah, there's just so much stuff. And, you know, like I was saying earlier, a lot of it is just stupid rumor stuff. Lando Calrissian show. Guys, use some logic. The Solo movie lost tons of money. They're going to make a Lando show? Come on. Especially right now, you think they're actually talking to actors like, hey, we're going to start production on a... Come on. They don't even have the Obi-Wan script together. But they're going to start making a Lando. It's just stupid. And could it happen? Sure. Maybe a Lando show will come out. But just remember what I'm telling you guys. Use your brain when you see these things and start to think. If they haven't even confirmed the scripts for the Obi-Wan show, then a rumor of saying that it's going to start filming on March 2nd doesn't even make sense. Understand? Because Lucasfilm would love to say, just like they did at D23 when Kathleen Kennedy said, we've got the scripts and we're going to be filming this summer. Well, believe me, Kathleen and all those knuckleheads would love to say, we've got the new Obi-Wan scripts. They're amazing. We're going to start recording. Then it starts to have some weight. But if they haven't even approved the scripts yet, you think they're going to start filming in March? Come on, be smart. So it's like I said, they just put out the stuff to see your reaction. And of course, if 10 million people are like, oh my God, Lando, that would be an amazing show, then okay, they know to pursue that. But as most of their projects, it's like, no, you missed the mark. Speaking of Lando, if you're new to the channel or you haven't noticed, just a few days ago, I put up Black Star Warrior. If you haven't seen it, you got to go watch this. It's a 15-minute fan film of Lando Calrissian. It's great. It's basically Shaft and Star Wars. It's silly. It's goofy, but it's made to be funny. It's like a blaxploitation film. But man, it's awesome. And it's they made it for about $30K. It's 15 minutes. And it's, it's like so many fan films. They actually understand Star Wars. It has the Star Wars magic in the feel. Disney, with billions of dollars, owns the property, has the vault, the holocron. Can't make a Leia. All right, I feel like I'm just jabbering on. Again, I really, really appreciate you guys. If you guys want more live streams, you want me to come on every day or once a week or whatever it be, please talk to me. If there's a certain video you want, let me know, guys. You can leave a comment on any video. You can always reach me, NotMyStarWars1977 at Gmail. I'm on every freaking social media. I mean, look at the banner right now. Tumblr, Reddit, Facebook, LinkedIn, Slug, MySpace, Parler, and more. I'm on the Geeks and Gamers site. I mean, really all over the damn place. So I'm easy to find. I'm easy to reach. If there's a certain video you want, a certain topic, you want me to do news or a live stream, just let me know. Again, it's hard to, take the time and money and risk if, for me to come online every day or to come on a live stream every day if only 3 people are going to show up. And again, I don't misunderstand. I appreciate even just one person coming to watch. But you understand, I think it's more fair to me and to you that I spend the time editing and making really cool videos, right? As opposed to talking to one person. So that's what I'm getting at. But if, 20 of you say, hey, man, Thursday nights, come on, we have nothing to do. Guys, I'll come on. Don't get me wrong. I love to do this. I'm more than happy. I will talk Star Wars to your blue in the face. As far as what Star Wars means to me and other stuff, I'm always looking for people. I will try to get more people. I got to say, I think I got some pretty cool people. Echo Base Network, J.W. Rensler, Kamran Pasha, even Jane Theory was great. I love Jane. So, I'll continue to try to find people, but it doesn't have to be known people, just somebody that wants to talk Star Wars. But I hope that you guys appreciate it and that I can continue to find some cool guests. But outside of that, if you guys want a certain video, if there's a certain day or time that you guys would like me to come on live, if there's a certain topic you want me to do, if there's something, something that I think sometimes viewers forget is that your feedback, most of us YouTube creators are the opposite of Hollywood, okay? We're not Lucasfilm that's like, fuck you, you're a man baby. We don't care what you think. No, we care what you think. So if something I do sucks, then let me know. If something I do is great, let me know. Because then I know if you like Lando videos, then I'll make 1,000 Lando videos if that's what really makes you guys happy. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to do my channel and I'm going to make the content that I want. But if something in particular is what you're looking for or makes you happy or that you enjoy from me, then let me know. If there's something that you think I suck at, then let me know so I don't make those kind of videos. But just know that your guys' comment, and I'm not saying this just for me, for all of us, all creators, your comments mean a lot because it tells us, it helps us steer our ship as to where to go. We're not Hollywood where we have these egos and say, well, we don't care what you want. We're going to make our agenda. Because on YouTube, most of us, not some of us are just wackaheads like Hollywood is, but most of us aren't here for an agenda. We want to interact with people. We want to have fun. We want to hopefully some of us educate or share knowledge. We want to entertain you. And I don't consider myself an entertainer, but if I can make cool Star Wars videos and it makes you guys happy, then hey, I'm more than happy to do it. It makes me happy. Please check out the Lando video. It's fantastic. Honestly, anybody listening to this, please. I'm not saying it for me to get a view. I'm saying go check out this video. It's awesome. You will love it. It's funny. It's very Star Warsy. It's a little lower budget. It's not like a big Hollywood thing, but it's not rinky-dink tape and cardboard either. It's pretty good. For the budget and the time. This was made in 2011. It's pretty good. The green screen, the vehicles, the ships, the laser blast, all that. It's pretty good. But it's also purposely made to look bad, right? It's like one of those, it's so bad it's good. So, think of Shaft or Dolomite or those old kind of like, silly fight scenes and stuff like that. Oh, but it's Lando. So I promise, best 15 minutes you will take today or in the near future if you watch it. All right. Well, with that said, look out for the Empire video. It'll be out very soon. I'd say within a week, but I'm shooting for right now. If everybody gives me their audio this weekend, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday next week. If you've paid attention to my channel, a month could go by. I only put out videos that I'm happy with and satisfied with and that I think are going to be good. I try to make content as fast as I can, but when you want to make something quality, it takes time. So that's why I don't come out here every day and just like make a video every day, because I'm not into that. And I'm not a news chaser. Nothing against all these other channels. By all means, do your thing. I'm not downing you guys, but a lot of channels are like, oh, what's the news of the day? And they make a video, right? And it's good. It gets you views. It gets you, super chats. I'm not mad at you. But to me, that's not my channel. My channel is about Star Wars, and it's about making quality videos. And sometimes, it'll take a week or 3 weeks or however long it takes. But hopefully you guys view my videos as being good as much as I feel that I think they are by the effort that I put into them. Okay. I'm just rambling on now. It's 4 hours and 46 minutes. So check out the Lando video. I'm always here, guys. Please leave your comments, your questions, suggestions. You can reach me tons of ways. I'm always here. I'm more than happy. Outside of that, I'm going to keep editing and keep making some cool videos. I've got a bunch of projects I'm working on, like 5. Empire will be more than likely, unless some like major news or something comes up. But the Empire video should be the next one. So give it a few days, maybe middle of next week if everything goes well. I promise you guys are going to love that one. Okay. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. I hope everybody has a great night and, stay safe out there. Try to be good to each other. The world's crazy right now. Boy. But hopefully I and other creators are helping you guys get through it. This helps me too, you know what I mean? I'm stuck in the house as well. So you can catch my streams later in the evening. Okay, yeah, that's good to know. I've been noticing that Tuesdays there's not a whole lot of people streaming, and somewhere like between 7 and 9 p.m. tends to be good. If anybody else ever wants to make any suggestions, by all means. But obviously I'm trying to find a spot where, 1, there will be people coming on, 2, there's not a bunch of competition, right? Because it doesn't make sense for me to be on when Midnight's Edge or Doomcock are on, because nobody's going to come watch me. Everybody's going to be watching Doomcock. And streams really need to have people. So, oh, by the way, please like the stream. If you are in here or have been in here, please like the stream. I see that it has 18 likes. Thank you so much, guys. I didn't even notice that till just now. So yeah, always an open door here. if anybody wants to talk to Star Wars, make suggestions, questions, please do. I will keep it in mind. Yeah, for me, I could, another thing, I could come in the morning. I could do lunch streams. I could do. My schedule is wide open right now, but I think I kind of prefer the 7-9 p.m. Eastern. Whatever. All right. Well, stop blabbering on. We're going on 5 hours. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a real pleasure. I will continue to get new guests. I'm sure Echo Base will come back sometime soon. Rensler said he's going to come back. A lot of people will come back through eventually. But for now, I want to try to get new people all the time. And maybe you'll see me over on Echo Base sometime soon as well. All right. Thanks a million. Truly appreciate it, guys. Truly. Have a great night. Take care, guys. And may the Force be with you.